Hey there, story lovers. This is Nexus Harry, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry's scar cracked open at age 5 and released an ancient war god sealed inside by Lily's sacrifice? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The God in the Cupboard. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 31 inches wide at its broadest point. Harry knew this because he had measured it once with a piece of string he'd found in Dudley's discarded toy box, then spent an afternoon pressing the string against the walls, counting the finger widths, calculating. It was something to do. Something to think about that wasn't the smell of old shoes or the way the hot water pipe above his head ticked and groaned at night like it was trying to tell him something. He was 5 years old and he had already learned the architecture of small spaces very well. The measuring had started after Uncle Vernon had locked him in for, Harry couldn't remember exactly what, now. Something about the neighbor's cat. Or possibly the incident with Dudley's birthday cake, where the frosting had inexplicably rearranged itself into a pattern that looked remarkably like a rude word, which Harry genuinely hadn't done on purpose, though he'd smiled about it for 3 days afterward from inside the cupboard. You had to find victories where you could. Outside the thin wooden door, Privet Drive carried on with its usual self-satisfied hum. Lawn mowers. Mrs. Figg's radio bleating faintly through 2 gardens. Dudley's voice rising and falling as he narrated his own importance to a group of boys who laughed on cue because the alternative was worse. Harry had pressed his ear to the door slats many times and catalogued the sounds of the world beyond it like a naturalist documenting a foreign country he wasn't allowed to visit. Today, though, he wasn't listening. Today his head hurt. Not the ordinary headache that came from hunger or from pressing his forehead against the door slats too long. This was something different, a deep, tidal pressure that started behind his eyes and radiated back through his skull in slow waves, each one slightly larger than the last. His scar, the lightning bolt mark above his left eye that Aunt Petunia had once called a dreadful thing with her mouth twisted like she'd bitten into something rotten, was pulsing. Alive. Warm in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Harry sat with his back against the wall and his knees drawn up to his chest and tried to breathe through it the way he discovered worked with most types of pain, slow, steady, like you were trying not to disturb something sleeping nearby. That was the thought that crossed his mind just before everything changed. Don't disturb something sleeping. The pressure spiked. Not pain, not exactly. More like the moment before a thunderclap, when the air goes tight and electric and the hairs on your arms stand up because some animal part of your brain has registered something the thinking part hasn't caught up with yet. Harry's fingers pressed flat against the floor. His vision went white at the edges. And his scar cracked open. Not literally, no blood, no wound. But something in the architecture of him shifted, like a door that had been sealed for years suddenly finding its hinges, and from the other side of that door came something so vast and so old that Harry's 5-year-old mind simply sat down and went very quiet, the way you go quiet when you're standing at the edge of a cliff and the wind picks up and you realize that the world is much larger than you thought and cares very little about your plans. The pressure didn't disappear. It settled. Like a great weight finding its proper place. For a long moment there was nothing but that settling. Then, from somewhere that wasn't quite inside his head and wasn't quite outside it, from some space that didn't exist in the 31-inch cupboard but somehow fit inside it anyway, a voice spoke. Not words, at first. Just a quality. A texture. Something ancient and dry and faintly amused, like stone that had spent 1,000 years watching rivers change course. Then the words came. Well. This is undignified. Harry didn't scream. He had learned some time ago that screaming drew attention, and attention from the Dursleys was rarely the kind worth having. He pressed his back harder against the wall and stared at nothing and said, very quietly, "Who's there?" A pause. Long enough that Harry had time to wonder if he'd imagined it, if the headache had gotten bad enough to make him hear things. "You can hear me clearly?" "Yes," Harry whispered. Another pause. Shorter this time. When the voice came back, it had something in it that might, in a human voice, have been surprise. Interesting. Most vessels require years before the resonance becomes conversational. You are either unusually strong or unusually stubborn. People mostly say I'm strange, Harry offered. People, the voice said, with a weight to that single word that suggested it had extremely specific opinions about people developed over a very long time. Yes. I've noticed. Harry turned this over in his mind with the methodical care he applied to most new information. The voice wasn't frightening, exactly. It was too settled for that, too self-possessed, like it had never once needed to prove itself and had consequently forgotten how threatening worked. More than anything, it felt like the presence of something very large in a small room, not aggressive, just undeniably, uncomplicatedly there. Are you in my head? Harry asked. I am in your scar, it said, as if this were a perfectly reasonable sentence. It is considerably more spacious than I would have expected from the outside. Your mother was a remarkable architect. My mum. Something shifted in Harry's chest. He pressed on it carefully, like testing a bruise. You knew my mum. I know what she made. The seal she constructed was, among the most sophisticated pieces of sacrificial binding I have encountered in 4,000 years. She understood things about the relationship between love and power that most of your kind never grasp. She used her death as a key rather than merely a shield. She locked me in rather than letting me drift. A pause that had texture in it, something that wasn't quite grief but was related to it the way mountains are related to rocks. She did not survive the effort. I know she didn't, Harry said quietly. I know they both died. Yes. The voice didn't offer comfort. It offered something better, acknowledgement, clean and unvarnished. You were 11 months old. You don't know that you know it, but you do. Harry considered the hot water pipe above his head. Why did she seal you in my scar? Because the alternative was worse. The voice shifted, not in volume but in quality, like a light changing angles. I was unbound, that night. Formless. The man who came to kill you had been using powers that tore holes in the boundaries between what is and what should not be. When the curse he cast struck your mother, and her sacrifice activated, the energy released was significant enough to catch me. And your mother, even dying, even in that final fraction of a second, had the presence of mind to use it. She sealed me inside the protection she'd made for you rather than let me drift back into the ley lines. I believe she thought I might be useful. Are you useful? Harry asked, with genuine curiosity. The voice considered this. I am Ares, it said finally, and the name landed in a cupboard like a stone dropped into a very deep well. I am the god of the cost of conflict. I am what remains when all the songs about glory and heroism have been sung and the battlefield is left to the crows. I have witnessed every war your species has ever fought. I have felt every act of violence from both sides simultaneously. I know why things break and how they are remade and what the breaking costs. Another pause. Whether that makes me useful depends enormously on what you need. Harry sat with this for a while. The lawnmowers outside continued. Mrs. Figg's radio played something with too much brass. The hot water pipe ticked. My uncle locked me in here, Harry said, not as a complaint, just as information. He does it when he's angry. Sometimes for a day. Once for 3 days. I know. The voice was quiet and even and completely, terrifyingly controlled. I have been aware of this house for some time. I was not yet conversational, but I was aware. The boy. The woman. The man. A beat. I have some thoughts about the man. Something in the quality of those words, not the anger, but the precision of the anger, the way it was filed down to a single sharp point, made the back of Harry's neck prickle. Don't hurt anyone, he said quickly. I am a god sealed inside a 5-year-old scar, Ares said dryly. I am not currently in a position to hurt anyone. I merely have thoughts. Then, almost as an aside, you said that very quickly, though. Don't hurt anyone. Without thinking. Is that strange? For someone in your position? Yes. Somewhat. A pause that was almost gentle. Most beings, upon discovering a source of power, ask what it can do for them. You immediately set limits. Harry pulled at a loose thread on his too big, too old jumper, one of Dudley's cast-offs, perpetually large, perpetually wrong. I don't want to be like them, he said simply. The silence that followed was different from the ones before it. Fuller. Ares, who had spent 4,000 years watching what humans did with power, sat in that silence and said nothing for a long moment. No, he said at last. I don't think you do. The summer passed differently after that. Not dramatically, the Dursleys didn't wake up one morning and decide to be kind. Aunt Petunia still watched Harry with that perpetual mixture of resentment and guilt that she expressed primarily through tight-lipped silences and an aggressive refusal to look at his scar. Uncle Vernon still went red in the face over minor infractions and invented new chores for Harry with the creative enthusiasm of a man who'd found his true calling. Dudley still found Harry-related cruelty the funniest entertainment available, which given Dudley's entertainment options was saying something. But Harry had company now. And company, he was discovering, changed the geometry of loneliness. Ares talked. Not constantly, the ancient god had something Harry could only describe as dignity, which meant he didn't fill silence for the sake of it, didn't perform conversation. But he observed. He noticed things. And sometimes, seemingly at random, he would offer a comment that would reframe whatever Harry was looking at so completely that Harry would find himself seeing it differently for days afterward. The first time Aunt Petunia hit him, a sharp, reflexive slap across the back of the head for knocking over a glass, Harry had gone very still, and Ares had gone very quiet, and for one charged moment the air in the kitchen had felt thick and pressurized in a way that made Petunia step back without knowing why. She is afraid, Ares had said afterward, when Harry was alone in the garden. Not of you. Of what you represent. Her sister chose something Petunia couldn't follow, and Petunia spent 20 years telling herself the choice was foolish, and then her sister died making exactly the kind of sacrifice that proves the foolishness was never in the choice. Harry pulled at a weed without looking up. So she's angry at Mum. She is angry at herself for being angry at your mother. It does not excuse it. It merely explains it. Explanations and excuses are different things. Don't confuse them. I don't forgive her, Harry said. Good. Ares was quiet for a moment. Forgiveness is something you give when it's earned. Compassion is something else, you can understand someone and still refuse to accept their behavior. Hold both at once. It's difficult. Most people can't manage it. Harry was 5. He didn't fully understand everything Ares said. But he listened the way he'd always listened, with the careful, hungry attention of someone who'd been given very little and learned to make use of all of it. He started sleeping better. Not because anything changed in the cupboard, but because it was harder to feel entirely alone when something ancient and vast was occupying the same space. Ares never offered false comfort, would have been incapable of it, Harry suspected, but his presence was grounding in the way that bedrock is grounding, underneath everything, not soft but reliable. He also started noticing things he hadn't before. The way Uncle Vernon's rage followed patterns, it peaked on Sunday evenings and on days when something went wrong at work, and it could almost always be diffused by removing yourself from his sight before he had something specific to focus on. The way Dudley's cruelty increased when his friends were watching and almost entirely disappeared when he was alone, which told you something important about where it came from. The way Aunt Petunia cleaned compulsively when she was anxious, and the anxiety always spiked when something reminded her of her sister, which meant Harry's very existence was a low-level chronic source of distress for her. You're mapping them, Ares observed one evening. I want to understand them, Harry said. Why? Harry thought about it. Because if I understand them I can predict them. And if I can predict them then I can stay out of their way. And if I can stay out of their way then things are, he stopped. Quieter, Ares finished. Yeah. That, Ares said, and there was something in his voice that was unmistakably approval, old and rough like a whetstone, but real, is tactical thinking. Most beings your age are still operating on impulse and reaction. You are analyzing cause and consequence. A pause. Your mother did that too. Constantly. It used to unsettle people who didn't know her well. Tell me about her, Harry said. He asked this regularly now. Every fragment Ares offered he turned over carefully, kept. I told you, I know what she made, not who she was. But you said she understood things about love and power. What she understood I can speak to. Who she was is yours to discover. The voice softened fractionally. She was someone who looked at the most fundamental law of sacrificial magic, that love must be freely given to bind, and realized there was no upper limit on what could be bound if the love was deep enough. She pushed that boundary until it caught a god. That tells you something about her. Harry lay on his thin mattress in the dark and stared at the slats of the cupboard ceiling. It tells me she'd go to any length for the people she loved. It tells you that, Ares agreed. Hold on to it. 3 weeks after Ares first spoke, Harry sat in the school library during lunch, the school library being the one place Dudley's gang considered too boring to bother with, and read a book about Greek mythology. He'd found it with intent, pulling it from a shelf with the specific focus of someone doing research, and he sat cross-legged on the floor behind a shelf with it open in his lap. Ares was conspicuously silent. Harry read the entry. Ares, Greek god of war. Son of Zeus and Hera. Lover of Aphrodite. Often portrayed as brutal, bloodthirsty, less favored than Athena's rational warfare. Represented by vultures, dogs, spears. Associated with the Spartans. This doesn't sound much like you, Harry said quietly. Correct. It says you were bloodthirsty. Written by people who needed a face to put on the part of conflict they didn't want to be responsible for. The voice was even, almost bored. It is much more comfortable to have a god to blame for war than to acknowledge that every war was started by men making choices. I was not bloodthirsty. I was honest. I showed people what conflict actually cost. They found that much harder to forgive. Harry looked at the illustration, a muscled figure in bronze armor, spear raised, expression vacant and bellicose. You don't look like this in my head. What do I look like in your head? Harry considered it seriously. Like a sound, he said finally. Like what thunder sounds like before you hear it. Like pressure. A pause. That is the most accurate description anyone has offered in 4,000 years. Then, dryly, the sculpture communities of ancient Athens were less gifted at metaphor. Harry smiled, the real one, not the careful neutral expression he wore around the Desleys. The book says Athena was better at war than you. Athena was better at the strategy of war. I was the reality of it. These are not the same thing. A beat. Though I will concede she was insufferable about the distinction. You knew her. We argued constantly and productively for several centuries. It is the closest thing to intellectual friendship I have experienced. Another beat. Do not tell her I said that. She's a goddess, Harry pointed out. I don't know her. You'd be surprised, Ares said cryptically, and didn't elaborate. Harry put the mythology book back. He checked out a book on military history instead, Rome, the Punic Wars, mostly out of curiosity. The librarian gave him a look that said small boys didn't usually request Roman military history, but Harry had the kind of quiet confidence that made adults answer it rather than question it. He'd been developing this quality deliberately, having noticed that adults responded to certainty. Good, Ares said as Harry walked home. You presented no opening for challenge. She answered your request rather than interrogating it. You're teaching me things even when you're not teaching me things, Harry said. That is generally how the best teaching works. He was 6 when the first truly strange thing happened. Not strange by Harry's new standards, those had shifted considerably, but strange by the world's standards. Strange enough that even Aunt Petunia, who had spent years aggressively not noticing the impossible things that clustered around Harry like iron filings around a magnet, found herself standing in the kitchen doorway with her hand pressed to her mouth and her face several shades paler than usual. Dudley had cornered Harry in the back garden with 3 friends. This was standard. The standard response, Harry's version, the one he'd developed over years before Ares, was to take it quietly and move away as soon as possible. But one of Dudley's friends, a boy named Malcolm with the specific cruelty of a child who'd learned that hurting things felt like power, had a stick. And he'd swung it at Harry's face. Harry hadn't thought. The stick had stopped. Not grabbed, not deflected. Stopped. In midair, 6 inches from Harry's nose, as if it had hit a wall that wasn't there. Malcolm had stumbled forward with the momentum of a swing that met no resistance and sat down hard on the grass, and the stick clattered to the ground, and the 4 boys stared at Harry with the white-eyed look of animals encountering something outside their frame of reference. Harry lowered his hand, he'd raised it instinctively, palm out, and looked at it. "That was you," Ares said inside his head. "Not his power. Yours." "What was that?" Dudley said, his voice high and strange. "I don't know," Harry said. Which was true in some ways and not in others. The boys ran. Even Dudley, for once, ran. Harry stood in the garden with his hand still raised and watched them go. His heart was hammering. Not from fear, from something else, something bigger, that pressed against the inside of his ribs like it was looking for more space. "Accidental magic," Ares said. "Your kind produces it when the emotional pressure exceeds the body's ability to contain it. You have been containing a great deal for a very long time." "That was magic," Harry said. "Yes." A pause. "You are a wizard, Harry. A significant one, if I am any indicator of the power you carry. The seal your mother made required a host capable of bearing it. She would not have chosen someone ordinary." Harry sat down on the grass where Malcolm had fallen. The afternoon light came down through the beech tree in the corner of the garden in long gold bars. Somewhere a bird was singing with the absolute conviction of something that has never once been told to be quiet. "I'm a wizard," Harry said, trying on the word. It fit oddly, like clothes bought slightly large to grow into. "You are a wizard with a war god in his forehead," Ares said. "Try to hold both. Is that normal? For wizards?" "The war god part, no. The rest," he seemed to consider. "Wizards are born, not made. They have power regardless of training. But your power has been augmented by proximity to mine for 5 years. Your magical core is not what it would have been if your mother's seal had never activated. It is considerably, substantially, more." Harry looked at his hand again. The air above his palm shimmered faintly, barely visible, like heat haze on a summer road. He hadn't called for it. It had just answered. "Show me how to use it," Harry said. "I am not a magic teacher," Ares said. "I know war. I know strategy. I know the cost of every conflict ever fought. The specifics of wand movements and verbal incantations are rather below my area of expertise. Then teach me what you do know." A pause. "Everything," Ares said quietly. "I will teach you everything I know. But you must understand, what I know is not comfortable. It will not make you popular. It will not make you easy to manage." "Are you certain?" Harry was 6 years old, sitting in a garden where boys had tried to hurt him, in clothes that weren't his, living in a house that wasn't a home, with the memory of a mother he'd never known settled in his chest like a compass needle pointing at something he couldn't yet see. "Yes," he said. "I'm certain." "Then we begin." They began with observation. Ares had no interest in the magical fireworks that Harry's accidental magic produced. Those would develop on their own, he said. Harry's power didn't need encouragement so much as direction. What Harry needed first was the ability to read a situation before he was in the middle of it. Every conflict, Ares said, on a morning when Harry was weeding the garden and Uncle Vernon was moving heavily around inside the house in a way that meant his mood was poor, as a before. Most people only pay attention to the during. The before is where everything is decided. What do you mean? Harry asked, not looking up, keeping his movement steady and unremarkable. Look at the house. What do you see? Harry looked. Uncle Vernon's car is in the drive. He should have left for work half an hour ago. He's still inside. His office rang twice this morning and Aunt Petunia answered and said he wasn't available. She did the thing with her voice where she makes herself sound very calm because she's the opposite of calm. And what does this tell you? Something's wrong at work. He's avoiding it. He'll come outside eventually because the garden is something he can control and right now he needs that. When he sees me he'll want something to focus his frustration on. So what do you do? Finish the weeding and go inside through the back door before he comes out. Yes. A pause. That is tactics. Simple, small, personal, but tactics nonetheless. The principle scales. A general looking at a battlefield needs to read the same signs. What is the enemy's mood? What have they just lost? What are they trying to control? You understand already how this works because you have been practicing it in this house for years. You just didn't have the vocabulary for it. So living here, the way I learned to watch them, has given you a set of skills most people spend decades trying to develop. I did not say the Dursleys were good for you, Ares added, his voice edged slightly. I said something useful can be extracted from almost any situation. These are different statements. Harry stood, brushing soil from his knees, and went inside through the back door. 30 seconds later he heard Uncle Vernon come heavily out the front, breathing in through his nose with the deep, loaded sighs of a man building toward an explosion that now had nothing to aim at. Harry made himself a piece of toast in the empty kitchen and felt, not for the first time, like he was getting away with something. You are, Ares confirmed. Get used to it. By the time Harry turned 8, Ares had walked him through the history of every significant conflict from Troy to the Napoleonic Wars. Not as dry dates and general names but as stories, full of human urgency and mistake and the specific ways that arrogance, fear, and exhaustion shaped the decisions that shaped the world. Harry absorbed them with the intensity of a child who has found the one subject that makes his mind feel large enough. At 9, Ares introduced him to the concept of non-physical warfare, the management of information, the use of reputation, the specific ways in which people could be guided toward conclusions you wanted them to reach without ever knowing you'd done the guiding. This is manipulation, Harry said, not accusingly. Just noting. All communication is manipulation to some degree, Ares said. The difference between leadership and manipulation is consent and direction. A good leader guides people toward something that genuinely serves them. A manipulator guides them towards something that serves only himself. The techniques are identical. The ethics are entirely different. How do you tell them apart? Ask yourself whose benefit you are working toward. A beat. Then ask yourself if you're lying to yourself about the answer. At 10, Ares started talking about magic in earnest, not the mechanics of it, which neither of them knew in formal terms, but the nature of it. The way it operated on intent rather than technique, the way emotion fueled it, the way Harry's own magic had been behaving for years in ways that suggested it was more responsive, more immediate, than what Ares understood to be typical. The power in your scar, Ares said, is not mine to give you. I cannot transfer it, grant it, or loan it. What I can do is what I have been doing, existing alongside your own power in a way that has, over time, altered its character. Think of it as, he paused, seeming to search for an analogy. Think of it as shared workspace. Your magic and my residual energy have been occupying the same space for nearly 10 years. They have influenced each other. Your magic has developed qualities that it would not have had otherwise. Like what? Precision. Clarity of intent. Resistance to external control. A pause that had weight in it. There will be people who try to get inside your head. Directly, through a form of mind magic your world calls legitimacy. What they will find, if they attempt it on you, is that the architecture has a sitting tenant. I strongly suggest they knock before entering. Harry had laughed at that. He was 10 years old and laughing in the Dursleys' back garden, and the summer light was coming down warm, and the laughter surprised him with how natural it felt. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. A grey Tuesday in July with low clouds and the smell of cut grass, and Harry was making breakfast, his standard morning duty, when the owl came. Not through the window. Through the letterbox, somehow, in defiance of the letterbox's stated dimensions, landing on the kitchen table with a package of several envelopes and giving Harry a look of profound owl dignity before departing the way it had come. Harry picked up the top envelope. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He looked at it for a long moment. The precision of the address, not just the house but the specific room, landed somewhere in his chest with a small, complicated weight. They know, Ares said. Not surprised. They have always known. They watched the children of their world from birth. So they knew about this house, Harry said. About the cupboard. Yes. Harry put the letter down on the kitchen table and went back to the eggs. He cracked two, watched them sizzle, thought about the address written in emerald green ink by someone who knew exactly where he slept. And they waited 10 years, he said. Yes. He turned the eggs carefully. The yolks unbroken. We'll talk about what that means later, he said. Yes, Ares said again. And for once, there was something in his voice that was simply agreement, clean and aligned, two things moving in the same direction. We will. Uncle Vernon found the letters an hour later. His response was immediate and comprehensive. He turned very purple, collected every envelope that continued arriving over the following days with increasingly creative delivery methods, and locked them in his study. His expression during this process was that of a man trying to hold a dam together with his hands while new cracks opened around his fingers. Harry let him do it. He already knew what the letters said. Ares had told him about Hogwarts years ago, not the specific letter, but the school's existence. The magical world. The fact of Harry's place in it. He'd had time to think about all of it, to turn it over until it was worn smooth with consideration, to decide how he felt about it. What he'd decided was this: the magical world had known about him and had chosen to leave him in a cupboard for 10 years. He was not going to arrive at their school wide-eyed and grateful and eager to please. He was going to arrive as himself, which was to say, as someone who had spent a decade learning to think and a decade being quietly prepared for this by an ancient god who had forgotten more about strategy than most wizards would ever learn. He was not angry. Anger was a response to things that surprised you. He had seen this coming the way you see weather coming from the top of a hill, long before it arrived, with time to prepare. What he was ready. The Dursleys ran. They got in the car and drove, then they drove some more, and then, on Harry's 11th birthday, at the stroke of midnight, on a rock in the middle of the sea with a storm raging outside a condemned hut while Dudley was making noises about being afraid and Uncle Vernon was gripping a shotgun with sweaty hands, the door came down. Hagrid filled the doorway in a way that suggested the doorway was an insufficient concept. Water dripped from his hair and his coat and his enormous beard. He looked at the room, at Vernon's shotgun, at Dudley's tear-streaked face, at the remains of what might generously have been called a birthday cake and more accurately been called a circle of letters in dirt, and then at Harry. Harry sat on the floor with his back against the wall and looked up at the giant man and felt Ares go very still and watchful. A half-giant, Ares said, interested. Magical heritage on the giant side. The warmth of personality is immediately evident, even in this posture. I've seen that kind of warmth before, it's usually genuine. Hello, Harry, the giant said, and his voice was like the world's largest comfortable chair. I'm Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He paused, then produced from somewhere inside his coat an object that smelled, even from Harry's distance, tremendously of chocolate. He held it out. "Happy birthday, by the way." Harry looked at the cake. He looked at Hagrid. He felt something move in his chest, not the complicated thorny feeling he usually managed around kindness, but something simpler. Warmer. "Thanks," Harry said. He got up and took the cake, and it was sticky and slightly misshapen, and it was the first birthday cake anyone had ever given him. He ate a piece right there and it tasted like the start of something. "Well," Aries said, with the dry warmth that Harry had come to recognize as his version of approval, "at least their first emissary has a good heart." "What about the rest of them?" Harry asked, low enough that only the voice in his head could hear. "That," Aries said, "remains to be seen." The storm battered the hut. Vernon made increasingly hollow noises about shotguns and legal rights. Dudley ate most of the remaining cake through his distress. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, wore God sealed in his forehead, 10 years of careful preparation behind him, sat in the small light of a half-giant's lantern and began, deliberately, to step into the world that had always been waiting for him. Not with wonder. Not with fear. With both eyes open. Chapter 2, Letters from Nowhere. The leaky cauldron smelled like old wood, spilled ale, and something else underneath both of those, something that reminded Harry, faintly, of the feeling just before his scar cracked open. Old magic. Layered and accumulated, soaked into the walls over centuries the way salt soaks into stone near the sea. Harry stood just inside the door and let it wash over him while Hagrid exchanged loud greetings with the barman and half a dozen patrons who called his name with the easy affection of people who'd known him a long time. The pub was dim and comfortable in the way that places get comfortable when they stop trying to be anything other than what they are. Candles. Uneven floors. Portraits that moved and occasionally commented on the people passing beneath them. Old, Aries said, not just meaning the building. This place has been a threshold for a very long time. Between their world and yours. Harry watched a witch in a pointed hat eat soup with a spoon that stirred itself and thought that technically it was all his world, or would be. He just hadn't been allowed in it yet. Harry. Hagrid's enormous hand settled on his shoulder, gently, for Hagrid, which still meant Harry had to brace slightly. "Come on, there's someone you should, well, people want to meet ya, is all." The pub had gone quiet in a specific way. Not the silence of alarm but the silence of recognition, and Harry became aware that people were looking at him with expressions that ranged from delighted to tearful to something more complicated and searching, like they were looking for confirmation of something they'd hoped for a long time. Looking at his scar. "They want to see the mark," Aries said. "To them it is proof that Voldemort is gone. A symbol of their survival." Harry kept his expression neutral and open. He'd practiced neutral and open. "Hagrid," he said quietly, as they moved through the bar, "why is everyone staring?" Hagrid looked at him sideways, and for a moment the enormous man's face did something complicated, guilt, Harry recognized, and a kind of sorrow worn smooth by time. "You're famous, Harry. What happened that night, what your mum did, and what you survived, it ended a war. Most of these people lost someone." He paused. Well. You're the end of something terrible for M." Harry absorbed this carefully. The weight of it was considerable. He filed it next to what he already knew and kept moving. Tom the barman shook Harry's hand with both of his and said something about honor that Harry received graciously. An old witch gripped his hand and said she'd seen nothing like it and had tears on her creased face. Harry looked at each of them with genuine attention, not performance, because Aries had no patience for performed emotions and had spent years training Harry to tell the difference, and said the things that were actually true. That he was glad it was over. That he hoped they were well. That he was looking forward to learning about the world properly, since he'd been kept from it rather longer than he'd have liked. That last part made one or two people look uncertain, as if they weren't sure what to do with the edge underneath the politeness. "Good," Aries said. "Let them be uncertain. Uncertainty is information." They moved through to the back courtyard, and Hagrid counted the bricks with a focused expression and tapped 3 times in the right spot, and the wall opened. Diagon Alley unfolded ahead of them, and Harry walked into it and took it all in the way he took in everything now, eyes moving, cataloging, assessing, placing things in relation to each other. He was not speechless with wonder. He was not trembling with excitement. He was, however, genuinely interested. There was a difference, and it was the difference between a tourist and someone arriving somewhere they intend to understand. The alley was loud and bright and smelled of roasting meat and potion ingredients and something sharp and sweet from a shop 2 doors down that Harry identified as some kind of magical confection. People moved in every direction. Owls in cages. A broomstick demonstration in one shop window. A woman arguing with a merchant about the price of something in a jar. A group of children pressing their noses against the window of a pet shop. "Watch the edges," Ares said, which was so reflexive by now that Harry was already doing it, tracking the periphery, noting the people who were moving with purpose versus the ones who were browsing, clocking the doorways, the exits, the faces that seemed to be watching rather than walking. He was 11 years old and he did this automatically, the way some children tie their shoes. "Gringotts first," Hagrid said cheerfully, pointing at the white marble building at the alley's far end. "Need to get your gold." "I have gold." "Your parents left ya a vault. Kept safe by the goblins." Hagrid said this with the reverence people reserved for systems they thoroughly trusted. "Best bankers in the world, goblins. And the most ruthless, mind you." "Goblins," Ares said, with something that sounded like the particular respect you had for a people you'd watched refuse to stay conquered. "An old people. Proud. Perpetually at war with the wizarding establishment and perpetually denied acknowledgement of it. They are dangerous in the specific way that intelligent beings who have learned to work within a system they despise become dangerous." A pause. "Be honest with them. They will notice anything else immediately." The interior of Gringotts was marble columns and harsh candlelight and the scratch of quills on parchment. Goblins behind the counters, dozens of them, with sharp clever faces and hands that moved with the economical precision of people who handled value all day and had stopped finding it impressive. The scale of the place was designed to make visitors feel small, high ceilings, the counters elevated so that the goblins looked down at every customer. Harry noted this without being affected by it. He met the eyes of the goblin Hagrid approached directly, rather than looking at Hagrid or the counter or anywhere that wasn't the face of the person he was dealing with. The goblin, Griphook, Hagrid said, looked back with the evaluating attention of someone not used to being looked at in return. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, and something in his inflection was faintly testing. "We have a key for your vault." "Thank you," Harry said. Then, because Ares had spent years on the importance of direct acknowledgement, "I appreciate that it's been protected." Griphook looked at him for a moment with the bright, dark eyes of something that has seen a great deal of human behavior and developed detailed opinions about it. "Indeed," he said, and the single word contained more information than most sentences. "He's deciding what you are," Ares murmured. "Don't explain yourself. Let him decide." The vault cart ride was genuinely extraordinary, the tracks plunging into darkness, the air turning cold and rushing, the sense of depth and weight above and around them. Harry gripped the side of the cart and felt the wind in his hair, and Ares went quiet in the way he went quiet when he was simply experiencing something, and Harry thought that even ancient war gods apparently had opinions about roller coasters. Vault 687. The door swung open and gold light hit Harry's face and he looked at the piles of coins, galleons, sickles, nuts, Hagrid explained, with a feeling that had more practicality in it than wonder. This was his. His parents had left it. He took what he needed with the deliberate efficiency of someone who'd spent a long time having nothing and had subsequently developed a careful relationship with resources. "Don't take too much," Ares said. "Not from scarcity thinking. From strategy. You don't yet know what you'll need it for. Leave room for the unexpected." Harry pocketed a reasonable amount and said nothing about the rest. There was another vault. Deeper, Vault 713. Harry wasn't asked about it and didn't ask, but he watched Hagrid's face when they stopped there, watched the careful way the enormous man wrapped something small in brown paper and pocketed it, and filed the observation away. Something was being moved from Gringotts. Something Hagrid had been sent for specifically. On what was ostensibly a trip to buy school supplies. "You noticed," Ares said. "I noticed," Harry agreed internally. "I won't ask yet. Not the right time." Hagrid never knew the question had existed. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was narrow and slightly overwhelmed by its own stock, bolts of fabric in every direction and 3 different customers in various states of fitting. Harry was directed to a stool beside a boy already being measured, pale, pointed face, silver blonde hair, the particular posture of someone who'd been told from birth that how they held themselves communicated what they were worth. The boy glanced at Harry with the assessing look of someone conducting a social audit. "Hogwarts," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "Same." The boy's measuring tape moved around him on its own. "My name's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." The name meant nothing to Harry yet. He filed the face away, sharp and quick, intelligent, performing confidence the way people performed it when there was something underneath it that wasn't. "Harry Potter," he said. The social audit in Draco Malfoy's eyes recalibrated so quickly that if Harry hadn't been watching for it he'd have missed it. The slight widening, the reassessment. Then, smoothly, the recovery. "I know who you are." He said it as though he'd known all along, which was a small transparent lie that Harry didn't bother calling out. "Sorted into which house, do you think?" "I haven't thought much about houses," Harry said. "Then let me save you time." Draco's tone was instructive with the particular pleasure of someone who enjoys being the one with information. "Slytherin is where the important families go. People who understand that the world isn't changed by luck or bravery but by intelligence and the right connections. My whole family, going back generations." Harry looked at him with genuine interest. Not the interest Draco expected, not intimidation or flattery seeking, but the interest of someone trying to understand what was underneath the presentation. The boy believed what he was saying. Or wanted to. There was a distinction there worth noting. "What about Gryffindor?" Harry asked. Draco's expression did the thing faces do when they're managing contempt. "Gryffindor breeds heroes and dead men. Most of them turn out to be the same thing." "Not entirely wrong," Ares said. "Though he lacks the context to know how right he is." "And Ravenclaw?" "Hufflepuff?" Harry said. "Ravenclaw is for people who think intelligence is a personality. Hufflepuff is for the rest." Draco said this with the confidence of received opinion, things he'd been told so many times he'd stopped wondering where they came from. He looked at Harry sideways. "I could help you navigate things. Hogwarts is easier if you know people." "That's true of most places," Harry said pleasantly. Draco seemed slightly thrown by not getting the response he'd aimed for. He tried a different angle. "There are some families you want to stay away from. Blood traitors, like the Weasleys. Mudbloods." He said the last word with the casual ease of someone using vocabulary they'd never had to justify. The word landed in Harry's awareness and Ares's simultaneously. Not like an insult, like a data point. People who used it were telling you exactly what framework they operated inside. Harry made a note of both the word and the ease of its usage, which told him more about Draco Malfoy's upbringing than an hour of conversation could have. "Muggleborns," Harry said. Draco blinked. "Sorry. The word is Muggleborn." Harry's voice was completely even. Not aggressive, just corrective, the way you'd correct someone's arithmetic. "The other one is a slur." Silence. Brief, charged. "Watch his face," Ares murmured. "He's recalculating." Draco Malfoy was 11 years old and probably no one had ever casually corrected him on this particular vocabulary without either trembling or starting a fight. He wasn't sure what to do with the third option. His expression cycled through several things: offense, recalibration, a probing assessment of whether Harry Potter saying that was something he needed to take seriously. "You're different from what I expected," Draco said finally. "People usually are," Harry said. The measuring tape finished. Harry stepped off the stool, thanked Madame Malkin, and went to find Hagrid with the specific feeling of having had a conversation that was actually about several conversations at once, layered underneath each other like sediment, each layer telling a different part of the same story. "What do you make of him?" Ares asked. Harry considered it while he navigated the crowd outside. "Smart. Well-trained. Operating on a set of values he inherited rather than chose. Not stupid enough to ignore new information," he adjusted multiple times during that conversation. "Whether he does anything with it depends on what happens next. And his usefulness? Possible. Not certain. Filed for later." "Good," Ares said. "Not everyone is an enemy and not everyone is an ally. Most people are something more complicated and more interesting." Flourish and Blots was the bookshop, and Harry went through it with more genuine pleasure than any other stop that morning. He had always read, it was one of the few things the Dursleys couldn't prevent, because the school library was free and Mrs. Figg had occasionally pressed books on him without explanation, as if she knew what she was doing, but the books available here were a different species entirely. He picked up the required texts with efficiency, then moved through the other sections with the focused attention of someone trying to learn the shape of a new landscape. "Magical theory," Ares said, when Harry paused in front of a section labeled exactly that. "The mechanics. How they understand their own power. This is worth studying carefully." "And defensive magic," Harry said. "Yes. Though I will tell you now that most of what they teach as defense is inadequate." Dryly, "Defense designed by committees rarely accounts for actual threat." Harry picked up a book on magical theory, one on the history of magic, not the school subject version, the comprehensive one, and, on a shelf mostly populated by serious-faced older students, a slim volume on offensive and defensive spellwork theory. The bookseller gave him a look. "Advanced reading," she said, not accusingly, just noting. "I've had time to prepare," Harry said pleasantly, and she seemed satisfied with that in a way that suggested she'd heard stranger. He was in the process of checking titles against a mental list when the shop's door opened and sound entered ahead of the person, a thunderclap of red-headed children and one exhausted-looking woman, piling in from Diagon Alley in the compressed, cheerful chaos of a large family on a schedule. The red-headed tide parted around Harry with the navigation instincts of people who moved through crowds together often. One of them, approximately Harry's age, found himself suddenly beside Harry in the narrow aisle with the slightly startled expression of someone who'd been swept here by the current. The boy had a smudge of something on his nose and hand-me-down robes and bright blue eyes that assessed Harry the same moment Harry assessed him. "Sorry," he said. "Family stampede. They can't be stopped, trust me, I've tried." "I believe you," Harry said. "Ron Weasley." He offered a hand with the natural ease of someone who'd grown up in a house full of people who solved problems by talking to each other. "You starting at Hogwarts this year?" "Harry Potter." The eyes went wide. The wide-eyed reaction, Harry noted, was different from Draco Malfoy's, less auditing, more genuine. Like a boy who'd heard a name in stories so many times that meeting the person behind it was genuinely surprising. "Blimey," Ron said. "Are you really?" "Generally, yes." Ron laughed, surprised, genuine, not polished at all. "Sorry, that was, I mean. Sorry. I've just heard a lot about you. From my mum mostly. And my brothers. And, well, everyone, honestly. You're sort of," he gestured vaguely, which covered it better than words would have. "I thought you'd be, I don't know. More, different looking." "Most people are more ordinary looking than their reputations suggest," Harry said. "I like him," Ares said, which coming from Ares was practically a standing ovation. Ron Weasley had the quality of people who were entirely themselves in a way that was very difficult to fake, and Harry had been around enough performance to know the difference. He was warm and a little loud and probably brave in the instinctive, physical way rather than the considered way, and he'd grown up in a real home with people who loved each other noisily and imperfectly and completely. Harry felt the edges of that world through the window of their 10-minute conversation, and it was not painful. Just illuminating, the way good light illuminates without burning. "You'll be at Hogwarts, then," Ron said. "Maybe same house." "What house do you think you'll get?" "Not sure yet," Harry said, which was true in the specific sense that he hadn't decided. "You." "Gryffindor." "Has to be. Every Weasley since forever." He said it with family pride and a slight undertone of someone who'd never questioned the expectation. "My brother Fred says if you don't go Gryffindor mum'll disown you," but Fred also put a filibuster firework in Percy's prefect badge last term, so his credibility is, Ron. A woman's voice from the other side of the shop, full and carrying, the practiced projection of someone who'd spent years communicating across distances and noise. "Ron, we need to find your textbooks before your brothers destroy something." "Coming." Ron called back, then to Harry, "See you on the train." "The train," Harry said. He'd read about the Hogwarts Express in passing but hadn't thought about it in detail. "Yes. See you there." Ron disappeared back into the red tide. Harry watched him go with something he didn't quite have a name for yet, the particular feeling of a door opening into a room that might be warm. "He'd be loyal," Ares said. "I know," Harry thought back. "Loyalty is the most complicated virtue," Ares said. "More complicated than courage or intelligence, because it requires all the others and still sometimes fails. But genuine loyalty, the earned kind, is worth more than almost anything else a person can give you." A pause. "Be honest with him. From the start. He is someone who can handle honesty." Harry picked up his books and went to find Hagrid. The wand was last. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The shop was narrow and dusty, and the silence inside it was specific, the particular quality of silence in rooms that take things seriously. Boxes stacked floor to ceiling, thousands of them, each one containing something that was the closest the magical world had come to manufacturing personality. Mr. Ollivander materialized from the shadows between shelves in a way that suggested the shadows were his natural habitat. He had silver eyes that held the concentrated attention of someone for whom every customer was a new problem to solve, and he looked at Harry with an expression that shifted the moment his gaze landed on the scar. Then, and Harry caught it clearly, filed it away with the precision Ares had taught him, something changed. Not in Ollivander's expression, exactly. Behind it. The silver eyes moved to Harry's scar, held there for a fraction of a second longer than professional courtesy explained, and then the wandmaker looked at Harry's face with an expression that contained knowledge. "He knows something," Ares said, very quietly. "Or suspects something. He is older than he appears. The quality of attention he is directing at you is not about the scar that everyone sees." "Mr. Potter," Ollivander said, and his voice was soft and specific, like it had been calibrated for small spaces. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you." He paused. "Your mother, lily wood and dragon heartstring, 10¼ inches, swishy. And your father, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration." He moved closer, silver eyes still on Harry. "And then you." "And then me," Harry agreed. "The scar." Ollivander reached out, not to touch, just to indicate, toward Harry's forehead. "I sold the wand that gave you that. 13½ inches. You. Phoenix feather." He paused with a specific gravity. "And I have wondered for 10 years, whether the phoenix that gave the core feather for that wand also gave another. Whether the core of your wand and the core of the wand that marked you might share a provenance." Harry looked at him steadily. "Would that matter?" "It might determine how they interact," Ollivander said. "In certain types of confrontation. In certain types of magic." He studied Harry's face with the undeniable sense of reading something complicated in it. "You're not surprised by this?" I find it interesting, Harry said. Which was true. Ollivander looked at him for a moment longer than was comfortable and then, without visible transition, shifted to professional mode. Let us find your wand. He is evaluating how much you know, Ares said. And he is deciding how much he can ask without overstepping. The process was unusual. Most wands Ollivander tried on Harry reacted with varying degrees of reluctance or wrongness, a shower of sparks from one that knocked a set of boxes off a shelf, a low vibration from another that faded like an unsatisfying note. Harry held each one and felt each one and tried to be receptive without forcing anything, the way Ares had taught him to approach situations that required sensitivity rather than force. Not that one, Ares would say of some. Feel the core, it's pulling away from you. And, this one is curious about you. That's different from compatible. Then Ollivander produced a box from deep in the shelves, set it on the counter with the particular care of someone handling something that had been waiting specifically, and opened it. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry picked it up. The warmth came immediately, not the fireworks version, not the wrong but dramatic version, but a deep, resonant rightness that started in his fingers and moved up through his arm like a key finding its lock. The air in the shop shimmered. Not a shower of sparks, something more like a held breath releasing. Like the shop itself had been waiting. And inside Harry's head, Ares went very still. Very, completely, absolutely still, in a way that Harry had never experienced before. Not quiet, still. Like something being recognized from a very long distance. Curious, Ollivander breathed. What? Harry asked. He was still feeling the resonance of the wand move through him, warm and settled. Very curious. Ollivander's silver eyes were moving between Harry's wand hand and his face. The phoenix that gave this feather, and the phoenix that gave the feather in the wand that gave you that scar, it was the same bird. Fawkes. Albus Dumbledore's phoenix. He looked at Harry with something new in his expression now, something that might have been wonder or might have been the edge of a very old worry. You and Voldemort, your wands are brothers. The name made the other customers who'd been browsing near the back of the shop go very still. Ollivander himself seemed almost to enjoy the weight of it, the specific gravity of naming the thing everyone else avoided naming. Harry turned the wand in his hand, feeling the warmth of it, the rightness of it. Brothers, he said. Connected, Ollivander said. It may prove significant. Phoenix feather, Ares said, very quietly. You know what the phoenix is. Resurrection. Renewal. Death and return. Harry kept his expression neutral, thoughtful. And the same bird that gave his wand its core. It means your paths are linked in a way that was decided before either of you was born. Ares paused. He will need to be the one who ends it. Or you. The wands will not work at full power against each other, they will resonate instead of fighting. Another pause, longer. Your mother knew this. She had to have known. She sealed me into a child who was already connected to the man who killed her, using magic that depended entirely on the connection between you. She was playing a much longer game, Harry thought. Yes, Ares said. Hold that. It's important. He paid Ollivander. The wand-maker watched him leave with those silver eyes and said nothing further, but in the doorway Harry turned back because something made him, instinct, which he trusted, which Ares had taught him was just pattern recognition operating below language, and found Ollivander watching him with an expression that was part recognition and part something that looked, unexpectedly, like relief. Harry nodded once. Ollivander nodded back. Nothing was said. Some conversations didn't need words. The month before September 1st was a study in logistics. Hagrid had gone back to Hogwarts, important work, he'd said, without elaborating, which Harry noted without comment, leaving Harry to manage the remaining school purchases on his own, a task he accomplished with the organizational efficiency of someone who had been planning for this since he was 8. He read the textbooks. Not just the surface of them, he read them with the close attention of someone learning a new language, identifying the structural logic, the underlying principles, the places where the official explanation and the observable reality didn't quite align. Magical theory was fascinating in the same way that all complex systems were fascinating. The rules felt arbitrary until you understood the physics underneath them, and once you understood the physics you could begin to work out the places where the rules could be bent. You approach magic the way a general approaches terrain, Ares observed. Understanding the ground before you stand on it. Isn't that just sense? Harry said. It is. Which is why so few people do it. A pause. They prefer the wonder. The immediacy. The spontaneous discovery. Which produces excellent poets and mediocre survivors. That's cynical. That's accurate. There is a difference. Harry also read widely in magical history, the real kind, not the kind designed for 11-year-olds, and began to develop a picture of the world he was entering. A world still raw from a war that had ended 10 years ago. A world in which the people who'd survived were still walking the long aftermath of it, the grief, the guilt, the complicated question of who had done what and why, and whether the people who'd claimed to be under duress had been telling the truth or whether duress had been a story told afterward to explain choices made quite freely. He read about Voldemort. About what little was written, which was itself informative. A subject surrounded by more silence than information was a subject someone wanted controlled. He read about Dumbledore. This was both easier and more complicated. More written. More layered. A man of genuine genius and considerable achievement, whose fingerprints were on the architecture of every major wizarding institution of the last 50 years, who had defeated a dark wizard before Voldemort and built a reputation on the back of it. Respected. Loved. Trusted with an absoluteness that Harry found, from a strategic standpoint, somewhat alarming. He is the kind of person, Ares said, reading along with Harry in the way he did when something interested him, who has been right so many times that he has begun to mistake rightness for inevitability. The most dangerous kind of commander. Not because he is cruel, but because he is certain. And what happens when certain commanders are wrong? They continue being certain, Ares said. Just about different things. Harry put the book down. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the small room the Dursleys had moved him to after Hagrid's arrival, not because they were particularly generous but because Hagrid's clear and cheerful willingness to do something dramatic had reordered certain priorities. Vernon had said nothing about it. Petunia had said even less. Harry had moved in with a cardboard box and his new books and his owl, Hedwig, a white owl Hagrid had bought him as a birthday present, who was currently asleep on the curtain rail and doing the thing all cats and owls do of looking more decorative than functional while clearly being both. He looked at the ceiling and thought about Dumbledore and the empty vault in Gringotts and the careful way Hagrid had never mentioned either of them being connected. Someone moved something valuable from that vault on the same day they sent for you, Ares said. On the same day. Not before. Not after. The timing is not coincidental. No, Harry agreed. It suggests they knew what day you'd be retrieved. Which suggests the retrieval was as carefully timed as the vault visit. Which means both were planned together by the same person. Dumbledore, Harry said. Almost certainly. Why would he time them together? Because, Ares said, he wanted the item moved before you arrived at Hogwarts. He wanted it out of Gringotts and into a place he controlled more completely. And he wanted you in that world before you had time to learn it on your own terms. First impressions are controlled conditions. He understands that. Harry rolled this over slowly. He's not malicious, he said, wanting to be precise about it. No, Ares agreed. He is calculating. In the way that a chess player is calculating, every piece moved with purpose, every position considered 3 steps ahead. The question is not whether he is good or bad. The question is whether you intend to be a piece or a player. Player, Harry said. Good, said Ares. Then remember this, the best way to deal with a chess player who thinks you're a piece is to let them think so, right up until the moment you move in a direction pieces don't go. Harry smiled at the ceiling. Hedwig opened one golden eye, assessed the situation, and went back to sleep. September 1st arrived the way important days do, not with fanfare, but with the quiet persistence of something that's been coming for a long time. King's Cross was crowds and pigeons and the smell of diesel and the specific anxious energy of departures. Harry had a trolley with a trunk, an owl in a cage, and the absolute certainty of someone who had spent 10 years preparing to be exactly here. He didn't need help finding the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Ares had described the logistics of hidden entrances in enough detail that Harry had worked out what to look for before he arrived. He felt the barrier with his free hand as he walked past it normally, felt it give slightly under his fingers the way a soap bubble gives before breaking, and took note. He walked through it at a stride, trolley and all, and the Hogwarts Express was waiting on the other side, scarlet engine, steam billowing, the whole thing operating on a register of nostalgia that Harry found interesting since he'd never been here before. The smell was different on this side. Magic again, layered differently than the leaky cauldron. Younger somehow. More immediate. He was loading his trunk when he heard his name in a familiar voice. Ron Weasley, red-faced and slightly out of breath, the large Weasley family arrayed behind him with the organized chaos of a military unit that had been on this particular campaign before. The mother was the kind of woman who produced a force field of warmth and competence simultaneously. She was currently managing a youngest child, a daughter apparently, and 3 older sons who had the specific high-energy quality of people who found the world perpetually funny. Harry. Ron's face did the thing where genuine pleasure was the entire expression, no layers underneath it. You made it. Thought you might have, anyway. Come on, we need a compartment before Fred and George take the good ones just to deny them to everyone else, which they absolutely will. We heard that, from somewhere behind them, in stereo. Harry fell in alongside Ron with the ease of a current finding its direction. This one, Ares said, very quietly, as if confirming something. This is the beginning of something worth having. The train whistle blew. The platform began to clear. Mrs. Weasley pressed kisses on children with the efficient production line energy of someone who had done this many times and wasn't going to be less emotional about it for that. Harry watched from the window of the compartment as the platform slipped away and London gave way to suburbs and suburbs gave way to countryside, and he thought about the fact that he was finally, after 11 years of preparation and patience and paying attention, on his way. Not to a school. To the beginning of something. The countryside opened up green and wide and the train gathered speed, and somewhere in the rhythm of the wheels against the track Harry felt something settle in him that had been slightly unresolved for a long time, the specific feeling of motion after a long stillness. Of finally going. How do you feel? Ares asked. Harry looked out the window at the rushing green world, his wand in its box in his trunk, his owl asleep in her cage, Ron Weasley already in the middle of explaining the social dynamics of Hogwarts with the earnest conviction of someone absolutely certain in their information, most of which Harry had reason to believe was only partially accurate but which was interesting nonetheless. Ready, Harry said. Ron glanced at him. What? Harry smiled, the real one. Nothing. Keep going, I'm listening. The Hogwarts Express carried them north into the afternoon. Chapter 3, The Sorting Nose. Fear. The boats crossed the lake in the dark, and the dark was the good kind, the kind full of stars and cold air and the specific silence of a large group of people holding their breath because something ahead of them is worth the reverence. Hogwarts rose out of the black water like something that had grown there rather than been built, towers and battlements and lit windows throwing gold across the lake's surface, the whole structure vast and layered with the accumulated weight of centuries. Harry looked at it from the bow of his boat and felt Ares go quiet in a way that was different from his usual silence. Not watchful. Not analytical. Still. Old, Ares said finally, and the word carried more texture than usual. I can feel the wards from here. They are, significant. Older than the school itself. Whoever laid them understood power at a level most of your kind no longer remembers. You can feel wards. Harry said quietly, low enough that the boy sharing his boat, small, round-faced, clutching the side with both hands and looking at the water like it had personally threatened him, wouldn't catch it. He'd introduced himself as Neville Longbottom, with the reflexive apology in his voice of someone who expected their name to disappoint. I can feel anything that has been built from conflict or the prevention of it. Wards are, at their core, a declaration of protected space. A boundary drawn against threat. A pause. The wards on this castle have absorbed 400 years of that intention. They are exceptional. Are they stronger than you? I am not a ward, Ares said dryly. I am a god. The comparison doesn't quite work. Harry filed this away and went back to looking at the castle. Neville had been gripping the boat with both hands since they launched, and about halfway across the lake he transferred one of those grips to Harry's arm without apparently noticing. Harry noticed but didn't say anything, because Neville clearly needed the contact more than Harry needed the arm, and that was fine. It's huge, Neville said, to no one in particular. His voice was the voice of someone reporting facts to manage fear. It is, Harry agreed. My gran said I'd feel it. Being here the first time. He was quiet for a moment. She said my parents felt it too. Their first time. Harry glanced at him. The past tense and the specific way Neville hadn't said my parents say but my parents felt, past, fixed, belonging to a time that was over. Harry had a good ear for that particular grammar of loss. Did something happen to them? He asked, not gently, exactly, but carefully, the way you put weight on uncertain ground. Neville's hands tightened on the boat's edge. They're at St. Mungo's. The magical hospital. They've been there, I was a baby. Some of you know who's followers, he stopped. Started again. They're alive, he said, with the emphasis of someone who said this sentence so often it had become structural, something he said to hold things up. They're alive. They just they don't know me. The castle's reflection trembled on the water. I'm sorry, Harry said. He meant it without ceremony, without the performed compassion that made condolences feel like performances. Just the direct acknowledgement of one person recognizing another person's pain as real and large. Neville looked at him slightly sideways, as if surprised by the simplicity of it. Most people, Harry had found, said too much or not enough. Thanks, Neville said. He loosened his grip on Harry's arm fractionally. Still there, but with less desperation. That boy, Ares said, quietly, has been carrying that weight since before he could walk. And someone has been making him feel like he should carry it quietly. His grandmother? Possibly. Or just the world's general discomfort with grief. A pause. He is braver than he knows. The bravest people usually are, until something makes them prove it. The boats grounded on the shore and Hagrid counted heads with the thoroughness of someone who took the counting very seriously, and then they were moving up toward the castle and the doors were enormous and the entrance hall beyond them was lit by floating torches and smelled of stone and old wood and something that might have been dinner from somewhere distant and very good. A woman was waiting for them at the foot of the staircase. McGonagall. Harry knew the name, knew it from history books and from the careful, detailed picture he'd built over the past year of the people who populated this world. Deputy Headmistress. Head of Gryffindor. Transfiguration Professor. A woman whose reputation was precise, consistent, and built over decades into something as reliable as load-bearing architecture. She had the posture of someone who had never once slouched and the face of someone who'd stopped having patience with nonsense so long ago that the decision was now simply baked in. She looked over the assembled first years with the specific assessment of someone who had done this many times and still took it seriously. Her eyes moved to Harry, briefly, with the same fractional pause that people's eyes made when they registered the scar, and then moved on. He approved of that. The moving on. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said, and her voice was the kind of voice that didn't need to be raised to fill a space. The sorting ceremony will begin shortly. Your house will be like your family while you are here. Your triumphs will earn your house points. Violations of school rules, a slight pause, as if she'd had reason to feel specifically about this, we'll lose them. The sorting is a significant moment. Please compose yourselves accordingly. She left them in the entrance hall with the confidence of someone who expected to be obeyed without requiring further enforcement. I like her, Ares said. You like a lot of people today. I'm re-entering the world after 4,000 years, Ares said. I'm allowed to find the specimens interesting. The great hall was almost unfairly beautiful. Harry acknowledged this without being overwhelmed by it, a cathedral ceiling charmed to reflect the night sky outside, so that the stars were above them both literally and not, for long tables lit by hundreds of candles floating at varying heights, the staff table at the far end raised on a dais with professors arranged along it in the specific combination of professional authority and personal quirk that faculties always produced. He looked at the staff table with the systematic attention he brought to everything. Dumbledore was easy to identify, half-moon spectacles, long silver beard, the specific quality of presence that came from being the most powerful person in the room so consistently that you stopped needing to demonstrate it. His expression as the first years filed in was warm, almost twinkling, the face of a man who genuinely loved this moment. Harry noted the warmth. He also noted that warm expressions could contain a great deal that the warmth was designed not to show. He is looking for you, Ares said. Specifically. He found you the moment you entered. Harry had noticed. The blue eyes had moved to him and held there for 3 full seconds, warm, evaluating, and layered with something that was definitely more than fond recognition. He's trying to read me, Harry realized. Yes. Gently. Like someone checking the temperature of water before stepping in. He is Legilimens, one of the best living practitioners, by any account. Ares paused, and Harry felt something shift in the architecture of his mind, subtle, like a door being drawn quietly shut. He will find this entrance considerably less accessible than he expects. The castle, Ares said nothing more. Harry looked away from Dumbledore and took his place with the other first years. There was a stool with a hat on it. The hat was old and patched and had a brim that looked like a mouth, which proved itself by opening and delivering a song that began with history and moved through the 4 houses with the cheerful competence of an entertainer who knew exactly how much time they had. The hall applauded. Harry applauded with it. A Legilimens in hat form, Ares observed. Used on 11-year-olds. Your world has interesting traditions. It sorts them, Harry thought. Based on what's inside. Yes. The question is what it will find inside you, and what it does with what it finds. McGonagall called names in alphabetical order. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Brocklehurst, Mandy, Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender, Gryffindor, to immediate cheering from the table on the far left. Harry watched the process with interest. The hat varied, sometimes taking less than a second, sometimes pausing for half a minute in what the students around him were already whispering was a hat stall. Each time, it read something, and the something it read determined where the person went. He was watching Draco Malfoy when his name came up. The blond boy stepped forward with performance-ready confidence and sat on the stool, and the hat dropped over his eyes, and for approximately 1/2 of a second the hat sat there, and then, before it had time to complete even the beginning of a word, it shouted, Slytherin, with something that sounded almost like relief, as if it had opened a very familiar book and found exactly the expected page. Malfoy swept off the stool with the satisfied expression of a prophecy fulfilled and was received at the green and silver table like a returning dignitary. Interesting, Ares said. The hat didn't deliberate at all. His character is extremely settled for his age. Is that good? Settled characters are consistent, Ares said. Consistency is both a strength and a limitation. Watch whether he is capable of updating. Longbottom, Neville. The round-faced boy walked to the stool with the careful step of someone expecting the floor to give way, sat down, and pulled the hat over his eyes. It took longer with Neville, a full minute, during which Neville's hands gripped the stool's edges with white-knuckled intensity. Then, with a quality in its voice that was almost gentle, Gryffindor. The relief in Neville's face as he took the hat off was overwhelming, private, genuine, the face of someone who'd been afraid of a specific answer and hadn't received it. Harry made a note to find out what Neville had been afraid of, because the fear of being sorted wrong had too much weight behind it to be simple nerves. More names. More sortings. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. Not the ordinary quiet between names. A different kind, the specific quality of silence that falls when everyone stops what they're doing because the moment has arrived that everyone was waiting for without saying so. Harry felt it descend around him like a change in air pressure and walked to the stool with the same even step he would have used walking to breakfast. He sat down. He settled the hat over his eyes. Darkness. The smell of old cloth and something older underneath, like the inside of a very old library, and then, well, said a voice inside his head that was nothing like Aries, reedy, curious, centuries old in a completely different way. My goodness. Hello, Harry said. Two voices, the hat said, and Harry could feel it moving through his mind with the gentle but thorough attention of something that had been built specifically for this purpose. Or, no. Not two voices. One voice, and something else. Something considerably, oh my. A pause. I have been sorting students for 4 centuries. I have never felt anything quite like, careful, said Aries, and his voice landed in Harry's mind with a quality that made the hat go very still. Very still. In the way that small things go still when they become aware of large things nearby. I, said the hat, after a moment, in a slightly different register, see. I'd rather you didn't see too much, Harry said conversationally. Privacy being a reasonable preference. You have a war god in your scar, the hat said, as if confirming a fact it needed to say aloud to fully believe. I do. And you are 11 years old. Also correct. The hat was quiet for a moment. Harry could feel it working, not trying to push past Aries' presence, which it clearly had the wisdom not to attempt, but reading what was available, which was Harry himself, the genuine character beneath the preparation. Courage, the hat said, more quietly. Yes, considerable courage, though not the kind that acts before it thinks. Loyalty, deep, careful, the kind that chooses and then commits fully. Intelligence, significant. The framework of a strategic mind. Another pause. And something else. Something I only find in people who have been tested very young and chose to be themselves under that testing rather than what the testing tried to make them. A longer pause. What are you expecting me to say? Gryffindor, Harry said. And is that what you want? Harry considered it. Genuinely. The honest version. I want to be somewhere that makes sense for who I actually am, not for the story people want to tell about me. The hat seemed to consider this for a long moment, and in the quiet Harry felt Aries stir, not intrusively, just present in the way that bedrock is present underneath everything. Then, oddly, the hat did something Harry hadn't expected. It addressed itself to Aries directly. And you? It said. Where would you place him? Aries, apparently, had opinions. He belongs with the lions, he said, with the specific certainty of someone stating geography. Not because of the family name. Not because of the story. Because lions, at their best, protect what they love and do not count the cost. That is what he will need to be. The hat was quiet once more. Then, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off and handed it back to McGonagall, who received it with the precise professionalism of someone whose expression was saying something carefully different from what their face was showing. He thought there might have been something startled in her eyes, just for a moment. The hat had been on his head a long time, he realized. Longer than most. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat across from Neville, who grinned at him with the uncomplicated pleasure of someone glad to have a familiar face. Ron Weasley was sorted shortly after, Gryffindor. Before the hat had properly settled, which made the twins at the far end of the table pound the table with appreciative noise, and dropped into the seat beside Harry with the comfortable ease of someone arriving where they expected to arrive. "Hat didn't even think about it for me," Ron said. 3 seconds, maybe. Quick for a Weasley, actually. Charlie took about a minute. "It took its time with me," Harry said neutrally. Ron looked at him with the bright directness that Harry was already beginning to associate with him. "What did it say?" "Private," Harry said. Ron considered this for about a second and a half, shrugged, and reached across the table for a bread roll. "Fair enough," he said, and moved on. Harry noted the absence of resentment or persistent prying in that response and added it to his developing understanding of Ron Weasley, which continued to be favorable. The feast appeared and it was extraordinary, not just the variety but the quality, the specificity of it, the sense that whoever cooked for Hogwarts took the work seriously. Harry ate with genuine appetite and engaged in conversation with the easy attentiveness of someone who enjoys people when they're being real, and the Gryffindor first years were mostly being real, because the relief of getting through the sorting had loosened everyone up. Hermione Granger had been sorted 3 names before Harry, with an authority to the Hat's announcement that suggested she'd discussed it with the Hat and they'd reached a formal agreement. She'd taken the seat at Harry's left at some point during the feast and introduced herself with the kind of specificity that suggested she'd been waiting for the right conversational opening. "Hermione Granger. I've already read all the textbooks, most of them twice, actually. The transfiguration theory in Goshawks is quite advanced for a first-year course. I think they probably won't cover it all, but it's good to have the context." Harry looked at her. She was looking back with bright eyes that catalogued his reaction and was clearly accustomed to people finding her slightly too much. "Which part of the transfiguration theory?" he asked. She blinked. "Sorry. Which part of the Goshawk theory, the elemental correspondence model or the principal exceptions section?" A pause. Then her eyes did something interesting, like something refocusing. "The exceptions are actually what interests me. The way the secondary transformation law breaks down under sustained concentration suggests the intent of the caster is more significant than the manual admits. It's because intent runs underneath all of it," Harry said. "The manual treats technique as primary because technique is teachable. But you're right that it's secondary." Hermione Granger looked at Harry Potter the way someone looks when they've found a book that is somehow exactly the book they needed without knowing it existed. "How do you know that?" "I read a lot," Harry said. Which was true, and was also considerably shorter than the full answer. "She is exceptional," Aries said, with the specific approval of someone recognizing quality they hadn't expected. "Her mind works like a very good blade, fast, precise, cuts exactly where she aims it. The limitation is she sometimes mistakes research for understanding. She reads the map and then expects reality to comply. That's fixable," Harry thought. "Yes," Aries agreed. "With the right company." The headache Harry had been ignoring since entering the Great Hall intensified at the staff table. Not a true headache. The other kind, the scar kind, that deep tidal pressure behind his eyes that meant something in proximity was disturbing the sealed space at the junction of his power and Aries's. He'd learned to distinguish them years ago. Ordinary headaches were dull and generalized. This kind had a direction. He turned his gaze carefully toward the staff table while appearing to be engaged in conversation with Ron about the qualities of various Quidditch teams. The pressure was coming from the defense against the dark arts position. A slight, pale man with a turban who appeared to be in permanent low-level discomfort and who ate his feast with the specific untasted distraction of someone whose mind was elsewhere. Professor Quirrell. Harry had read the name on the staff list and noted it without attaching much significance to it. He was attaching significance to it now. "What do you feel?" Aries asked. "Pressure." "From him specifically?" "Not his magic, not exactly. Something underneath his magic. Like an echo. Or like a signal," Aries said. "From something that recognizes something in you." A long pause. "Harry. There is something wrong with that man." "Wrong how?" "I do not yet know. But the conflict resonance I can feel from him is it is doubled. Overlaid. Like two pieces of music played in the same key but from different sources. Aries was quiet for a moment. It is not a natural quality. Something is using him. Harry looked at his plate and took a careful drink of pumpkin juice and thought about Vault 713 being emptied on the same day that Hagrid came to collect him. He thought about the thing Hagrid had wrapped in brown paper. He thought about the object now presumably somewhere in this castle, behind wards that were 400 years old and had been described by a war god as exceptional. Something is looking for it, Harry said. Yes, Aries said. And something has already found its way inside. He filed this away, not as alarm, not as immediate action item, but as what it was, a variable in a situation he didn't yet fully understand. Rush to conclusions and you made them inevitable. Know that something was wrong, watch it, understand it. Then move. He did not look at Quirrell again for the rest of the feast. The dormitory was in a tower, which was architecturally pleasing and practically cold, and the beds had curtains that could be drawn which Harry approved of for reasons of privacy rather than preference. The other boys in his dormitory were Ron, Neville, a boy named Dean Thomas who had a West Ham poster that he was negotiating into position with great diplomacy, and Seamus Finnegan who had almost immediately set something on fire trying to demonstrate a charm he didn't quite know yet and seemed extremely pleased with the result. Harry lay in his bed after the others had gone to sleep, curtains drawn, and thought. The year ahead, he said. Walk me through what matters. Quirrell is compromised, we don't know by what, or how deeply. Aries's voice was quiet, calibrated to the small space Harry had made. The object from Vault 713 is somewhere in this castle, in a protected location. Someone wants it. Someone may already be positioned inside the school to get it. He paused. Dumbledore knows the object is here. He moved it here deliberately. Which means he either doesn't know about Quirrell, which would indicate a significant blind spot, or he does know and this is a controlled situation of some kind. A trap? Harry said. Possible. The word had thoughtfulness in it. Dumbledore is a chess player, as I said. He may be using the object as bait and Quirrell as a means of confirming who is actually after it. Then he's using this school as the board, Harry said. Yes. With students on it. Yes, Aries said, and the single syllable contained a quiet, precise anger. That is the kind of calculation that makes him dangerous. He is not wrong that the approach might work. He may even genuinely believe the controlled conditions make it safer for everyone. But the chess player who is certain of his strategy rarely accounts fully for the pieces that have their own intentions. Harry stared at the canopy of his bed. He'll try to manage me, he said. He already is. The warmth and the twinkling and the grandfatherly performance, not false, I don't think, those qualities are genuine. But they are also calculated. He wants you to feel safe and welcomed and grateful. He wants you to be manageable because he believes the role you're meant to play is one he's already scripted. And if I don't play it? He will adjust, Aries said. He is adaptable. The question is whether his adjustments will still center his plan or begin to center you. A pause. That will depend on what kind of man he actually is, underneath the certainty. Harry was quiet for a while. The castle breathed around them, the specific, vast, alive kind of quiet that old places had at night when all the human noise settled and what was left was just the building itself, its stones, its magic, its memory. I want to learn everything this place can teach me, Harry said. I want to be genuinely excellent here. Not because I have something to prove, and not because I'm afraid of anyone. Because I came here to learn and I intend to do exactly that. Then do it, Aries said simply. On your terms. And Quirrell, watch. Learn. Don't engage before you understand. The voice was even, methodical. You are 11. You have time and position and more information than anyone else here. Use all three. Right, Harry said. He pulled the curtain slightly open, just enough to see the window from his bed. The sky outside was clear and deeply dark and full of stars, different sky from Privet Drive, sharper up here, more honest. The castle's wards hummed beneath him like a very slow heartbeat. "Ares," he said. "Yes. The Sorting Hat addressed you directly." "It did. And you told it to put me in Gryffindor." A pause. "I told it where you belonged. There is a difference." "You think I belong there," Harry said. Not challenging, genuinely curious. "I have watched 10,000 years of human conflict," Ares said quietly. "I have seen every possible permutation of what people choose to be. And the people who change things, truly change them, not just rearrange them, are almost never the smartest people in the room or the most strategic. They are the ones who refuse to be afraid of the cost of protecting what they love. That is not a Slytherin quality. It is not a Ravenclaw quality." He paused. "It is specifically and precisely a lion quality, when the lions are at their best. And you think I'll be one of those people?" "I think you already are," Ares said. "You were one at 5, in a cupboard, when the first thing you said after learning what I was, don't hurt anyone. That was not survival instinct. That was character." Harry closed his curtain and settled back on pillows that were softer than anything he'd slept on in his life, and the castle breathed around him, and the god in his scar was quiet in the way that meant settled rather than absent, and Harry Potter, Gryffindor, wizard, war god's partner, already 3 moves into a game most people hadn't noticed had started, went to sleep. He slept without dreaming, which was its own kind of gift. The first morning at Hogwarts arrived with light through the dormitory windows that had the quality of arriving somewhere high and clean, and Harry was awake before any of the others, dressed and sitting on his bed reviewing the day's schedule with the organizational patience of someone who had learned early that the shape of a day determined most of its possibilities. Double Transfiguration. Astronomy tonight. Charms on Thursday. Defense against the dark arts on Friday. He noted the defense class with the specific attention of someone marking a variable. Neville appeared from behind his curtain with the slightly dazed expression of someone whose body hadn't entirely agreed to be awake yet, and saw Harry sitting there already dressed and apparently having been so for some time, and said, "How are you already? It's barely 6. "Habit," Harry said. Neville dropped onto his bed and started locating his socks with the resigned determination of someone who expected the search to be longer than it should be. "My gran would like you," he said, not quite meaning it as a compliment, but not quite meaning it as anything else either. Harry helped him find the second sock, which had migrated under Ron's bed during the night, and they went down to breakfast together through corridors that were just beginning to fill with the early morning traffic of students and occasionally moving staircases that Neville nearly walked into twice before Harry learned to watch for the slight shimmer that preceded their movement. "Watch the shimmer," Harry said, after the second near miss. Neville looked at him. "What shimmer?" "In the air. Before they move. About a half-second warning." Neville stared at the staircase ahead of them with the intense focus of someone trying to learn a new skill quickly. "How do you notice that?" "Practice," Harry said, which was again the shorter version of the full answer, and again seemed to satisfy. The Great Hall at breakfast had a completely different character from the Great Hall at the feast, less performance, more machinery, the human logistics of 500 people getting fuel before their day. Harry liked it better. The enchanted ceiling was overcast, which was honest, it was overcast outside, and September in Scotland meant overcast, and the post owls arrived in a swoop and dive that was chaotic and specific simultaneously. No post for Harry. He'd been at Privet Drive too long to have people who wrote to him, and he felt the absence of this with only the mildest form of the feeling he'd spent years working out how to carry. Not grief, exactly. Just the clean knowledge of what wasn't there. Hermione sat across from him with 3 books, one of which was open beside her toast, and she was reading and eating with the practiced simultaneity of someone who had fully stopped apologizing for this. She looked up when Harry sat down and they exchanged the look of 2 people who'd had a useful conversation last night and were silently agreeing to continue it when the opportunity arose. Ron dropped into the seat beside Harry with the unerring instinct of someone following their own social gravity. He was in the middle of a sentence with his brother Fred, who'd materialized beside the Gryffindor table long enough to deliver what appeared to be extremely important advice about the specific personalities of various professors, then disappeared back to the sixth-year end with the easy movement of someone who found all spaces equally accessible. "Watch," Ares said. Harry watched, because when Ares said watch, there was something to see. He tracked the twins down the table, Fred and George, identical in face and completely non-identical in personality if you knew how to read the subtle differences, which Harry was already starting to. They were watching the first-year table with the proprietary affection of people with significant investment in the next generation. And in the way they watched, the easy confidence, the unguarded laughter, the absolute comfort with themselves in this space, Harry saw something worth noting. "Power without cruelty," Ares said quietly. "They are powerful in this place and they know it and they use it to amuse rather than to dominate. That's relatively rare." "It is," Harry agreed. He ate his breakfast and the morning light came uncertain and grey through the enchanted ceiling and the first day of Hogwarts gathered itself to begin. McGonagall walked into Transfiguration without preamble and she was, Harry noted, already a cat. Not a woman who had been a cat who became a woman, which was a different thing, and she became the woman the moment the last student had noticed her sitting on the desk and the room had gone sufficiently silent. She did not comment on the impressiveness of the transformation. She did not wait for applause. "Transfiguration," she said crisply, "is among the most complex and dangerous branches of magic you will study here. I will not accept nonsense in this classroom, and I will not be patient about wasting time. You will follow instructions precisely. Imprecision in Transfiguration does not produce nothing, it produces something wrong, and something wrong in Transfiguration is usually significantly worse than nothing." She looked over the class with the specific eyes of someone taking the first attendance of the term. When she reached Harry, there was a fraction of a pause. Not the Scar pause. A different one. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her voice was even and professional, "you will require your wand, not your attention, to complete this morning's first exercise." Harry became aware that he had been watching her with the comprehensive attention that occasionally made people uncomfortable when they caught it. He took out his wand without comment. The corner of McGonagall's mouth moved fractionally in a direction that might, in a less controlled face, have been the beginning of something. The exercise was turning a matchstick into a needle. Elementary, demonstrating the base principles of Transfiguration before building to more complex applications. Most of the class produced various degrees of partial transformation, matchstick with a slight metallic tinge, matchstick with a vaguely pointed end. Hermione produced a perfect needle with the focused intensity of someone who had been preparing for this particular exercise for longer than one night. Harry held his matchstick and thought about intent. Not the word, not the concept abstractly, the actual thing, the specific direction of will, the way you pointed the interior of yourself at an objective, the way you might point a lamp at something you needed to see. The matchstick became a needle. Not with a sparkle or a bang. Just, changed. Clean and immediate, the way things changed when the intent behind them was clear. McGonagall crossed to his desk without hurrying and looked at the needle. She picked it up. Examined it. Put it back down. 10 points to Gryffindor, she said, with the particular precision of someone choosing each word. She didn't say excellent or well done or remarkable. She said it like it was a fact, because it was. Harry preferred this. "Professor," Hermione said from 2 desks over, with the voice of someone raising a question they've been holding for 3 minutes, "the theoretical correspondence between the caster's emotional state and the quality of the transformation, it's covered in Goshawk but not explained in depth. Is the emotional state active during casting a primary variable or secondary?" McGonagall looked at her for a moment. "That is a third-year question." "I know," Hermione said. "The answer," McGonagall said crisply, "is that it is neither primary nor secondary. It is ambient. It affects the consistency of the transformation and the duration of its stability, but the dominant variable is always," she paused, and her eyes moved to Harry for a fraction of a second, "the clarity of intent. Which is to say, emotional stability matters, but only insofar as emotional turbulence disrupts the intent itself. A sufficiently clear intent is not disrupted by strong emotion. This is why the most powerful transfigurations in history have been performed under extreme duress. Miss Granger, keep reading. She moved on. Harry and Hermione exchanged the look of two people who'd both filed a piece of significant information and were going to discuss it later. She is teaching you things within the answer to someone else's question, Ares observed. Yes, Harry agreed. She knows who I am and what I'll face. She wants me to understand that fear won't ruin my magic. She is more perceptive than she shows. Good teachers usually are. Defense against the dark arts on Friday was the variable Harry had been marking in his mental calendar all week. Quirrell's classroom smelled faintly of garlic. Not the cooking kind, more like garlic deployed with intent, clustered around the room with a specificity that suggested purpose rather than taste. The turban sat on his head at a slight angle that didn't quite look right, and when he turned, Harry felt the scar pressure flare immediately. Quirrell taught with the affectation of a man performing uncertainty, stuttering through explanations, mispronouncing things, giving the general impression of someone slightly overwhelmed by the subject they were teaching. Harry watched this performance with the careful attention of someone watching exactly that, a performance. The eyes were wrong. Not the obvious Quirrell eyes, which were mild and slightly watery. The quality of looking that the eyes did. Split attention, Ares said quietly. He is present in this body but he is not entirely this body. Some part of his consciousness is elsewhere. Or something else's consciousness is sharing the space. You said something is using him. Yes. And I believe I know now what it is. A long pause with weight in it. The resonance. The echo I felt at the feast. It is the same quality of presence as the one that attacked your family. The voice was very controlled. Harry. He is in that turban. The word didn't need to be spoken. Harry had arrived at it already. He sat in his defense against the dark arts classroom on a Friday morning in September and looked at the back of Quirrell's turban and thought about Vault 713 and an object hidden somewhere in this castle and a trap that Dumbledore may or may not have intended and a war that had supposedly ended 10 years ago. He doesn't know I know, Harry said. No. And keep it that way. Ares's voice was absolutely even. You do not move until you understand fully. You do not reveal what you know. You do not give him any reason to look at you with more than the ordinary attention he is already extending. He's already looking at me with more than ordinary attention. I know. Look back with less. A beat. Be a student. Be curious and engaged and slightly better at this than he'd like but not enough to be alarming. Give him the face they all expect to see. Wide eyes and the weight of expectation and a boy who is trying hard to be the hero everyone's decided he is. Harry settled in his seat and took out his notes and put on the expression that people expected when they looked at the boy who lived, open, earnest, faintly impressed by magic in the charming way of someone still getting used to the world. Across the classroom, Hermione was answering questions with crisp authority. Neville was taking notes with the focused desperation of someone trying to write down everything before he forgot it. Ron was drawing something in the margin of his parchment that looked like a Quidditch play. Quirrell's eyes moved to Harry twice during the lesson. The second time, Harry met his gaze with exactly the correct level of earnest curiosity and nothing else, and Quirrell moved on. Well done, Ares said. It feels wrong, Harry said. Not ethically, tactically. Pretending. It is not pretending. It is restraint. The voice was patient. There is a time for everything. This is the time for knowing. The time for action will declare itself. A pause. And when it does, you will not hesitate. The lesson ended. Harry packed his things and was one of the last to leave, and in the doorway he paused, not visibly, just the ordinary pause of someone adjusting the strap on a bag, and felt the scar pressure at his back, specific and directional, like a compass finding north. He walked out into the corridor and away, and the week gathered itself around him, classes and mealtimes and the particular pleasure of learning, genuinely, in full, the subjects he'd been preparing for. He sat with Hermione in the library and they built arguments out of theory and disagreed usefully and refined each other's thinking. He sat with Ron in the common room and played wizard chess, losing the first 6 games comprehensively before he understood the logic and started winning, at which point Ron's expression became the specific expression of someone whose best thing was being challenged for the first time. Harry sat with Neville in the greenhouses, herbology, which Neville had a gift for that was startling in its unconscious ease, hands moving through soil and roots with the surety that his hands had nowhere else, and listened to Neville explain things he hadn't known he knew until they came out of his mouth. He built a life here, careful and genuine. He let it be good. And underneath it all, patient and watchful and exactly as old as everything, good, Ares said, at intervals, watching the chess games and the library arguments and Neville's unconscious grace with living things. Good. The castle breathed. The stars moved overhead. In vault 700 and something, behind layers of exceptional wards, something waited to be found. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, something wearing a professor waited too. And Harry Potter, Gryffindor, war god's partner, let the first weeks of term settle around him like a cloak, warm, necessary, his, and watched everything, and forgot nothing, and waited. Chapter 4, The Language of Knives. The first Quidditch practice of the year happened because Harry caught a remembrall. Not because he'd been trying to demonstrate anything. Not because he'd calculated the outcome. It happened the way most things that change trajectories happened, suddenly, with no announcement, in the middle of an ordinary Tuesday. Neville had gotten a glass ball in the post from his grandmother, along with a letter that Harry could tell from across the breakfast table carried the specific weight of high expectations even sealed. The remembrall glowed red the moment Neville touched it, which Hermione explained meant he'd forgotten something, and Neville had looked at it with the tired expression of someone who'd been told repeatedly that they were forgetful and had run out of the energy to argue with it. Then Draco Malfoy had taken it. Not asked. Taken, with the smooth casualness of someone who had never once in their life had to consider whether they were allowed to take something, who had been raised in a world where possession was 9/10 of the law and the other 10th was whose family you were from. He'd plucked it from Neville's hands with a smirk and held it up, examining it with the performative curiosity of someone who wasn't curious at all, just demonstrating that he could. Harry had watched this from 3 feet away. Interesting moment, Ares said, with the quietness of someone watching a situation declare its nature. Neville's face did the thing it did when he was trying to decide whether to protest and simultaneously trying to talk himself out of it, a flicker of something real and quick, then the practiced retreat into acceptance. Harry had been watching Neville do this for 3 weeks and it had been landing with increasing precision on a specific nerve. "Give it back," Harry said. Not loudly. Not threateningly. Just a direct sentence stated at normal conversational volume, the kind of sentence that didn't dress itself up because it didn't need to. Malfoy looked at him with the slow turn of someone who'd expected to be let alone. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle performed attentiveness. "Potter," Malfoy said, with the tone of someone invoking a title they're not sure how to use yet. "You want it? I want you to give it back to Neville. Maybe I'm not finished with it. You weren't doing anything with it." A pause. In the space of that pause Harry watched Malfoy's calculation happen in his face, the assessment, the options, the specific question of whether this was worth the expenditure. He was smart enough to read situations, Malfoy. The problem was that his frame of reference had been calibrated in a world where his name solved most problems before they fully developed. Harry's expression was completely neutral. Not hostile, not competitive, not daring. Just present, and patient, and entirely settled in the fact that this was going to resolve exactly one way. Malfoy handed the remembrall back to Neville with the precise motion of someone choosing to do a thing rather than admitting they had to. "Anyway," he said, pivoting smoothly to something else, as if the whole thing had been a minor detour, and moved away with his attendants. Neville looked at the remembrall in his hands, then at Harry, with an expression that was trying to work out what had just happened. "You didn't even, he decided it wasn't worth it," Harry said. Which was true, and was the useful part, and didn't require elaboration. The lesson, Ares said, was not that you stood up to him. The lesson is that he calculated and found the ledger didn't balance. Making yourself not worth the cost is more effective than making yourself scary. Though the two are not mutually exclusive. That might have been the end of it. Then Malfoy, from 20 feet away, apparently decided the ledger needed rebalancing, because he turned back and said loudly enough for the surrounding students to hear, "Maybe I was wrong, Potter, maybe Gryffindor is for people who make themselves useful to squibs and mudbloods." The word again. Dropped like a coin into still water to watch the ripples. Harry didn't tense. Didn't heat up. He felt the word land and he assessed it the way he assessed everything. What was it meant to do, and was it doing it? It was meant to provoke either Harry or Hermione, who was sitting 4 feet away with her book held just slightly too still. It was meant to re-establish Malfoy in a dominant register after the remembrall moment had shifted things. "You use that word when you want people to feel small," Harry said, the same even tone, still not loud. "Which means you need people to feel small. Which tells me more about you than anything you've said today." He looked at Malfoy with the specific quality of attention that was simply observation, no anger in it, no contempt, just a clear and unvarnished reading of what was there. "Figure out what you're actually afraid of. It'll make you more interesting company." Complete silence in the vicinity. Malfoy's face did several things quickly. Then he left, and this time he didn't turn back. Hermione lowered her book by approximately half an inch and said, without looking up, "That was either very brave or it wasn't brave," Harry said. "He's not frightening." A longer pause from behind the book. "He's a Malfoy. That's a family name, not a power level." Hermione put the book down properly. She had the expression she got when someone had said something she needed to think about carefully. "People here would disagree with you. People here have been disagreeing with themselves about the Malfoys for decades and nothing has changed," Harry said. "The name only has the power people give it." Ron, who had been watching this entire exchange with the alert expression of someone at a very fast tennis match, leaned forward on his elbows. "Right," he said. "But he's still going to make your life difficult." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not worried about it." Ron looked at him for a moment with the particular look he sometimes had, like he was trying to find the bottom of something that kept not having one. Then he shrugged and reached for the marmalade and said, "Yeah, all right then," and that was that. "Malfoy will watch you now," Ares said. "He is recalibrating his model of what you are. Whether that leads him toward or away from antagonism depends entirely on whether his pride or his intelligence wins. Which do you think?" "At 11? Pride." A pause. "But the intelligence is real. Don't write it off." The Remembrall incident would have been just that, an incident, if it hadn't been for the following afternoon, when the first years had their flying lesson on the south grounds and Neville's broom threw him several feet into the air and then dumped him back down with his wrist at the wrong angle, and while Madame Hooch took Neville to the hospital wing with strict instructions that nobody move, Malfoy picked up the Remembrall from where Neville had dropped it and threw it high into the air. Over the grounds, laughing, saying something about the look on Longbottom's stupid face. Harry was on his broom before he'd fully decided to be. He went after it the way he went after everything that needed resolving, fast and direct and without the hesitation that came from stopping to calculate what you looked like doing it. The broom moved like it had been waiting for him, like the air between him and the Remembrall was simply an obstacle to move through rather than a space to navigate. He snatched it 20 feet up with his left hand and came back down and landed with the specific non-ceremony of someone completing an action rather than performing one. The first years were staring. "You are," Ares said, with a quality in his voice that Harry had learned meant something approaching genuine surprise, "a natural." "Is that relevant right now?" "It means the broom and you agreed immediately. That is not as common as people think." McGonagall appeared from nowhere, or from just inside a castle door, which amounted to the same thing, and Harry had a brief internal conversation with himself about expulsion. But she was looking at him with an expression that wasn't anger, exactly. More like someone doing arithmetic in their head very quickly. She took him to find Oliver Wood. Oliver Wood was 17, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and had the specific intensity of someone who treated Quidditch as both vocation and theology. McGonagall told him Harry was his new seeker, and Wood's face went through approximately 11 emotions in 4 seconds, landing on something that was mostly joy with a structural support of disbelief. Harry was issued a Nimbus 2000 with the solemn care of a military commission and told the first practice was Thursday. "You did not calculate that outcome," Ares noted. "No," Harry agreed. "Some things," the old god said, "simply happen. The capacity to let them happen without overthinking is also a skill." Thursday practice in the grey October morning was the first time Harry was simply excellent at something in front of other people without it being a function of preparation or discipline. He just flew. The Nimbus moved with him in the way that very good tools moved with very practiced hands, anticipating rather than responding, and the air at 200 feet was cold and clean and tasted like the best version of being alive. Wood ran drills and Harry ran them. The other team members, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson and Fred and George, watched the new seeker with the evaluating eyes of people with significant investment, and within 20 minutes they'd stopped evaluating and just watched, because it was worth watching. Fred appeared beside Harry during a break in the drills, hovering casually on his beater's broom. "Right," he said thoughtfully. "So you've actually done this before?" "Never," Harry said. Fred pointed at him. "George," he called across the pitch. "Already saw it," George called back. "Good, then. Don't be tiresome, Fred." Fred turned back to Harry with the grin of someone who found the world reliably entertaining. "You know what's brilliant about being on the Quidditch team?" "The flying?" Harry offered. "The intelligence network," Fred said. "You're up here, you can see everything. Angles, positions, gaps. You'd be surprised what you clock from a broom that you never notice from the ground." He said this with the casual warmth of someone offering something genuine, the way people offered things when they weren't performing generosity but just doing it. "Not saying you need it. Just saying, if you ever want to compare notes on what's going on in this school from an elevated perspective, we're available." Harry looked at him. Fred met the look with the open face of someone with nothing to hide, which Harry's experience was that truly duplicitous people couldn't quite manage. "I'll keep that in mind," Harry said. Fred flipped his broom around and launched back into the drill pattern, and George appeared beside Harry in the space his twin had occupied with the eerie seamlessness they performed this trick. "He means it," George said. "We don't say things we don't mean. It's a policy." "Why tell me?" Harry said. George considered it with the face of someone being genuinely thoughtful rather than performing thoughtfulness. "Because you're going to be interesting," he said simply. "And interesting people should know who their friends are before things get complicated." He left too, and Wood blew his whistle, and Harry went back to flying. "They are telling you," Ares said, "that they have already noticed something is complicated. And that they are choosing a side before they're forced to. You trust that?" "I trust the impulse. The follow-through is always the question." A pause. "But yes. These ones, I think the follow-through will be there." Hermione declared the library inadequate on a Wednesday evening and appropriated a corner of the common room for what she termed a study group, which was a description that conveniently obscured the fact that it was mostly Harry and her working through problems while Ron contributed Quidditch commentary and Neville did herbology reading nearby with the comfortable presence of someone who'd found his correct place in a room. They were working through the charms theory for the Wingardium Leviosa lesson the next morning. Hermione had the execution perfect, wrist motion, verbal precision, reliable feather levitation, and was using the remaining time to work through the underlying theory, which was where she was most alive. "The core mechanic," she said, her notes spread in front of her with the organized density of someone thinking through an argument rather than transcribing one, "is the manipulation of gravitational interaction through directed magical intent. The wand movement is essentially a vector, you're pointing the magic in the direction you want the effect to travel." She paused. But the theory doesn't account for why the specific wand movement matters at all if intent is the dominant variable. If intent is primary, the movement is training wheels, Harry said. She looked up. What? Intent is primary. But directing intent cleanly is difficult until you've practiced enough for it to become automatic. The wand movement gives the magic a consistent shape while your intent is still learning to find its own form. After enough repetitions, you could probably do it without the motion at all. He thought about it. Like any learned skill, the training scaffold helps until it doesn't. Hermione stared at him. That implies that sufficiently trained wizards don't need wand movements at all. Some don't, Harry said. I read about nonverbal casting in, it was one of the advanced theory books. There's a school of thought that wandless, nonverbal magic is the natural endpoint of sufficiently refined intent. Hermione looked at him with the expression that she occasionally had when Harry said something that she needed to go away and verify, not because she thought he was wrong, but because she needed to trace the logic herself before she could fully accept it. Where did you read that? A Compendium of Theoretical Approaches to Magical Mechanics, 3rd edition. I can lend it to you. It's not on the course list, I picked it up in Diagon Alley. You bought books that weren't on the course list. Several. She held out her hand. Harry retrieved the book from his bag and gave it to her. She opened it, found the relevant section with the instinctive accuracy of someone who understood how books were organized, and began reading with the focused absorption of someone who had just found something genuinely interesting. Ron leaned over from his chair. So can you do it? Without the wand motion? Harry considered it. I haven't tried properly. Try now, Ron said, with the easy directness that was one of his most consistent qualities. He didn't see a reason to wait when you could find out immediately. He pushed the practice feather across the table. Go on. Harry looked at the feather. He picked up his wand and pointed it, because the wand mattered less than people thought but still mattered, and he thought about the feather, and about what he wanted it to do, and he didn't move his wrist at all. The feather lifted. Not dramatically. Not with a crack of light or a visible effort. It just lifted, the way things moved when the intent behind them was uncomplicated and direct. About 6 inches off the table, steady, waiting. Harry set it back down. Ron stared. Then he turned to look at the other Gryffindors in the common room and then back to Harry with the face of someone determining whether this was something he was supposed to react to. You know, he said carefully, I think you might be a bit unusual. Harry offered. I was going to say, terrifyingly capable, Ron said. But unusual is more polite. That was not subtle, Ares said. No. You could have done it with the motion. I know. But Ron asked, and I don't hide things from people I trust because of how it might look. A beat. You told me to be honest with him. I did, Ares said. I am not criticizing. I am noting. Neville had looked up from his herbology reading and was looking at Harry with the particular expression he sometimes had, the one that wasn't quite surprise anymore, because he was adjusting his baseline of what Harry was capable of, but that still contained something genuine each time. My gran says the best wizards make it look like nothing, he said. Your gran sounds perceptive, Harry said. Neville smiled, the unguarded version, the one that appeared when he forgot to manage his own face. She'd like you, he said, for the second time, and this time it was clearly a compliment. November arrived in a grey wet hurry, and with it the Quidditch season, and with that came Slytherin's challenge. The game was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry had known this was coming and had treated it with the same approach he brought to everything: understand the variables, prepare for what could be prepared for, and be ready for what couldn't. He'd been watching the Slytherin team during their own practices from various windows, partly because Wood had asked him to scout and partly because watching people compete told you things about them that normal conversation didn't. Flint, their captain, played with the specific aggression of someone who had decided that rules were a starting point for negotiation. The team had muscle and commitment and a willingness to take damage in exchange for inflicting it, which was a coherent tactical philosophy, just not a pretty one. They will play the match against you personally, Ares said, the evening before. Malfoy is on the team, which means this game has social stakes as well as sporting ones. He will want to humiliate you. I know, Harry said. He was in bed, early, the way he got early nights before anything where he needed his reflexes. How will you play it? Find the snitch as fast as possible. Clean game. Nothing dramatic. He paused. Well. Maybe a little dramatic. There it is, Ares said, with that dry warmth. I was wondering when the enjoyment would surface. I'm allowed to enjoy things. Yes, Ares said. You are. This is something I have been meaning to say to you for a while. A pause with weight in it. You carry a great deal, always. The watching and the planning and the awareness of what's happening in this school. These are not small things to maintain continuously. You are allowed to be 11 and play Quidditch and care about winning because you want to win, not because it's strategic. Harry was quiet. The fire in the common room below had gone to embers and the dormitory was dark and the breathing of the other boys was slow and rhythmic. The two things aren't separate, he said finally. Winning is strategic. And I genuinely enjoy flying. I know. I was making a different point. I know, Harry said. He pulled his blanket higher. I heard it. A pause. Good, Ares said simply. The match the next morning was cold and blustery under a sky that couldn't decide between grey and darker grey, and the stands were full and loud and the Gryffindor section was red and gold against the weather. Harry kicked off and went to altitude immediately, setting himself above the play where he could see the whole pitch. The game below was rough immediately. Flint drew blood in the first 3 minutes and the referee missed it. Harry noted this without comment. Malfoy appeared on his Nimbus 2001, which was better than Harry's Nimbus 2000, and the Slytherin team had made no effort not to mention this all week, and hung in the air 20 feet from Harry with the expression of someone who wanted him to know they were there. Potter, Malfoy said, over the crowd noise. Harry looked at him calmly. How's the broomstick? The way Malfoy said it had the specific quality of someone who had prepared this line. Must be hard, watching the rest of us with better equipment. Harry turned his attention back to the pitch below, scanning for the snitch. You know what makes a good seeker, Malfoy? Malfoy said nothing, which was invitation enough. Vision, Harry said, still scanning. Not equipment. You can't buy the ability to read where the snitch is going to be before it's there. That part's either in you or it isn't. He turned his head and met Malfoy's eyes with the total ease of someone stating a fact they've already confirmed. It isn't in you. Malfoy's jaw tightened. Harry's eye caught the glint. The snitch, low, near the Slytherin goal posts, hovering for a fraction of a second that would pass. He went. Not a gradual acceleration, immediate, full, the nimbus responding to intent before conscious thought, which was one of the things about flying that he found most similar to the way his own magic worked. The ground blurred. Wind tore at his eyes. He heard Malfoy respond, but the response was already too late, already behind him, because being fast wasn't the advantage, being first was the advantage, and that came from seeing it before anyone else. He caught the snitch 3 inches from the grass, pulling up at the last possible moment, and the roar from the Gryffindor stands hit him like a wave from the side, and he held the snitch up and the gold glittered in the flat November light. In the air above him, Malfoy brought his broom to a stop with the expression of someone swallowing something very sour. Wood tackled Harry upon landing with the enthusiasm of a man whose theology had been confirmed. The team piled in. Neville and Hermione and Ron were somewhere in the mass of Gryffindors coming off the stands. Ron was already narrating the dive to everyone within earshot with the natural storytelling warmth of someone who loved both Quidditch and having a good story. Harry was smiling, the real one, unpracticed and fully present. The snitch was warm in his palm and the cold air was in his lungs, and for a few minutes the complicated architecture of everything else receded entirely, and he was just a boy who had won something and his friends were around him and it was good. Good, Ares said softly, from wherever Ares sat within him. Hold this too. The defense against the dark arts lessons were the most consistently informative class on his schedule, though not for the reasons Quirrell intended. Harry sat in the front row and watched Quirrell teach with the attention of someone studying two simultaneous phenomena, the official lecture and the thing underneath it. Quirrell's anxiety was real, he was nearly certain, and layered over something else entirely. The stutter and the nervousness weren't entirely performed, there was genuine psychological distress underneath, the distress of someone living inside a situation they had not fully anticipated and could not exit. He is not comfortable, Ares said, during a lesson about defensive counter-jinxes, watching Quirrell pace the front of the room. Whatever arrangement he made, it was voluntary, I think, but the reality has proven different from what he was promised. There is the quality of a man who made a contract and is discovering what the fine print said. Does that change anything? Harry thought. It changes how we read him. He is not a willing actor. But he is still a vehicle for something that is not willing to stay where it should be. Ares paused. Pity him if you wish. I will not. What he has become is still a threat. The practical component of the lesson was identifying and countering a jinx that Quirrell demonstrated on a practice dummy. Harry watched the spell, catalogued the wand motion and the incantation, understood the mechanism from theory, kinetic disruption of the target's balance, and when it was his turn, performed the counter-jinx cleanly. Then, because he'd been thinking about the underlying mechanic and because the practical question was there and worth answering, he tried something. He kept the wand motion minimal. Rerouted the intent. The counter-jinx fired not as a deflection but as a repulsion, hitting the jinx mid-air and dispersing it. The class went slightly quiet. Quirrell turned from where he'd been helping another student. His eyes moved to Harry. Then to the dispersed jinx. Then back to Harry, and the eyes were the wrong ones again, the quality of looking that didn't match the mild man with the stutter. Interesting, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said. Not stuttering. Just for a moment, not stuttering. Harry held the eye contact for exactly the length of time a student who'd done something notable and was slightly proud of it would hold it. Thank you, Professor, he said. The moment passed. The stutter returned. The lesson continued. He noticed, Ares said. I know. Was that miscalculated? No. He already knew you were notable. Hiding capability from someone who already suspects it is worse than showing it, it just suggests you're aware of being watched. Ares paused. What you showed him was power. The question is whether what he reports back will be, the Potter boy is strong or, the Potter boy is a threat that needs addressing now. What do you think? He will counsel patience, Ares said. The entity using Quirrell is strategic. It has been patient for 10 years. It will assess you and wait for the right moment. The voice dropped slightly. This is the space of time we have. Before the moment it chooses. The troll was the variable none of them had predicted. October 31st, Halloween, and the feast was extraordinary, pumpkins the size of armchairs, 1,000 bats creating moving patterns in the enchanted ceiling, the smell of roasting meat and sugar. Harry was eating and listening to Ron explain at considerable length why pumpkin pasties were superior to all other pastries when Quirrell came through the doors. He looked wrong. More wrong than usual. The usual low-grade performance of distress was absent, replaced by something that was either genuine panic or a very committed impersonation of it. His turban was slightly askew. He grabbed the edge of the staff table and said, loudly enough to cut through the feast noise, "Troll, in the dungeon, thought you ought to know," and then he fainted with the theatrical completeness of someone who'd seen fainting done in a theater. Chaos. Dumbledore on his feet immediately, authoritative and calm, directing prefects, setting instructions. Petrifying the students' fear back into order with the specific competence of someone who had handled crises many times. Students should go to dormitories. Move in groups. Prefects lead. Harry was on his feet and moving before the thought fully articulated, already having done the assessment. Quirrell had come from outside. The fainting was performance, the anxiety underneath it was real, but the timing was deliberate. Someone had just created the loudest possible distraction at the highest possible concentration of school population and simultaneously given an all-clear to move through the rest of the castle. The object, Ares said. Yes, Harry confirmed. He was already in the corridor. He's not going to the dungeon. Whatever the troll is doing in the dungeon, Quirrell arranged it. The real move is somewhere else. He also registered, processing quickly, that Hermione wasn't at the feast. She'd been upset at lunch. Ron had said something thoughtless about her showing off, which was spectacularly wrong in its reading of Hermione, but Ron sometimes got there slower than the situation required, and she hadn't come to the feast. She'd been in the bathroom. The girls' bathroom. The troll's direction of travel was the dungeons, but trolls moved slowly and were easily redirected, and anyone who understood logistics could have directed it differently. Harry turned to Ron, who was right behind him with the instinctive loyalty of someone who follows when the person they trust moves with purpose. Hermione, Harry said. She's in the bathroom near the charms corridor. She doesn't know. Ron's face did the thing it did when he moved from social complexity into something simpler and more certain. Right, he said. Let's go. They went, moving against the prefect-directed traffic with the ease of people who didn't find other people's crowd management particularly binding. Harry navigated by the now thoroughly internalized map he'd built of the castle over 2 months, every corridor, every shortcut, every route between here and there, and they moved fast. The corridor outside the bathroom had an answer to the question of whether the troll was in the dungeons, which was that it was not. The smell arrived first, something between river mud and old meat, and then the troll itself, edging its bulk through a corridor that was somewhat insufficient for its dimensions, leaving scrapes in the stone walls with its shoulders. It had the specific forward momentum of something large and simple that had found an acceptable direction and was continuing in it. Hermione was going to come out of that bathroom into its path. Harry assessed the situation. 12-foot troll. Club. Solid stone walls. No immediate backup. 2 first-year wizards, one of whom had developed a quality of power that didn't necessarily scale with age. What, Ares said, with a quality in his voice that was anticipatory rather than warning, do you want to do? Harry looked at the troll. He thought about effort, economy, effectiveness. He thought about what was fastest, safest, and most conclusive. He thought about the bookshelves. The troll passed an alcove filled with what was probably cleaning equipment, heavy stone shelf brackets, a large empty bucket, general institutional detritus. Harry raised his wand. The intent was clear. The direction was simple. The shelf brackets pulled free from the wall and impacted the troll simultaneously on both sides of its thick skull with the precise force of something directed rather than thrown. The troll sat down heavily. Its eyes went crossed. Then it lay down with the gradual, reluctant inevitability of something very large reaching the floor, and the thud of its landing shook dust from the ceiling. The bathroom door opened. Hermione stepped out, saw the unconscious troll, saw the 2 boys, and looked between all 3 elements with the rapid calculation of someone whose processing speed was exceptional. Is it unconscious? Harry said. Not dead. A beat. Did you just? She looked at the shelf brackets on the floor. Looked at Harry. Did the arithmetic very quickly. You moved those without touching them. Yes. She looked at the troll again. A troll, she said. You knocked out a troll. You're 11. We're all 11, Harry said, which means we should probably have a story ready for when the teachers arrive, because the question is going to be why we're in this corridor instead of our dormitory. Practical, Ares noted, approvingly. The story assembled itself in the few minutes before McGonagall and Snape and Quirrell arrived, the latter looking at the scene with eyes that were very specifically not surprised, which Harry catalogued and filed. The story was simple. They'd realized Hermione didn't know about the troll, they'd come to find her, the troll had already been dealt with. McGonagall's expression went through several controlled phases. Hermione claimed she'd been looking for it because she thought she could handle it, which Harry recognized as Hermione protecting them and also as Hermione's personality doing a thing it was going to do regardless of advice, and McGonagall looked at her with the expression of someone determining whether to be furious or impressed and landing on a complicated combination. Quirrell looked at the unconscious troll for a long time. His expression told Harry nothing useful, which meant it was being carefully controlled, which told him everything. "He's wondering whether you arranged this," Ares said. "Whether you knew about the distraction and moved to counter it. He is now unsure whether you are simply capable, or whether you are a specifically aimed capability." Good, Harry thought. Let him wonder. December settled over the castle like a held breath, and with it came cold and the specific magic of Hogwarts at Christmas, decorations that moved and sang and smelled of pine and spice, real snow on the grounds that was clearly assisted by enchantment rather than purely meteorological. Harry stayed for Christmas. He'd considered going back to Privet Drive with the same serious consideration he gave to all options and rejected it with the same clean finality he applied to options that didn't serve anything useful. There was nothing in Privet Drive for him. There was, however, something in Hogwarts that he needed to find. The castle was quiet with most students gone. A small group of Weasleys stayed, Ron and the twins, who spent the holiday in a way that was clearly governed by precedent and tradition and the specific chaos of brothers who genuinely liked each other. They had a snowball fight on Christmas morning that devolved into 2-on-1 in configurations that kept reshuffling, and Harry joined because Ron appeared at the dormitory door and said, "Harry, you have to come outside, Fred just put a spell on a snowball that actually argues back and we need a fourth person to contain it," and this was not an invitation he was going to decline. He was learning, in the comfortable looseness of those quiet castle days, what it felt like to be someone's friend without the strategic overlay. Ron moved around him with the easy familiarity of someone who decided Harry was his person and was acting accordingly, and Harry moved around Ron with the specific comfort of someone for whom another person's undemanding presence was relatively new and therefore exactly welcome. But there was the third floor. He found it on the second night after Christmas, following the sense that had been nagging at him since September, the specific directional pressure of the thing in Vault 713 now installed somewhere behind exceptional wards. The castle was different at night. Emptier in a way that changed its character, the architecture more visible without the human traffic, the enchantments more audible. The door was locked, which was an obstacle that lasted approximately as long as it took Harry to realize that Alohomora was a first-year charm and someone who'd hidden something behind a locked door in a school full of students who knew that charm had either enormous confidence in subsequent protections or hadn't thought very carefully about the first layer. The room beyond the door smelled of animal. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, Hagrid had let slip once, in the way that Hagrid let things slip with the inevitability of someone whose warmth exceeded their discretion, was asleep on a trapdoor. The trapdoor Harry had suspected existed from the vault context. This was where it led. Below this, Ares said, are the protections. Multiple layers. I can feel the ward work, a different magical signature on each one. Multiple casters. This was not designed by one person. Dumbledore assembled several people to protect it, Harry said quietly. Not disturbing Fluffy, who was snoring in three-part harmony. Yes. He is using the school, as we discussed. Setting a trap baited with something genuinely valuable. Ares paused. What I want to know is whether he fully understands what he's put the bait next to. What do you mean? The protections are significant. But significant protections invite significant adversaries. And the significant adversary in this case is already inside the castle. The voice was quiet and precise. Quirrell can access the protections from inside. He has months. He has proximity. If he works through the layers carefully, he'll get to it before the trap closes, Harry said. Yes. Which means either Dumbledore doesn't know Quirrell is compromised, or the trap is intended for something other than what I think it is, Harry said. A long pause. What do you think it's intended for? Harry looked at the trapdoor under the sleeping dog's enormous paws and thought about wand cores and phoenix feathers and a lightning bolt scar and a chess player who thought in very long arcs. Me, he said quietly. Yes, Ares said. I think so too. And now you know, and he doesn't know you know. What are you going to do with that? Harry looked at the three-headed dog and the trapdoor and the exceptional wards humming beneath his feet, and thought about a man who moved things into position before the pieces knew they were being moved. He thought about the difference between a piece and a player. For now, he said. Nothing. We learn what's down there. We learn each layer. We be ready. He paused. And when the time comes, you move in a direction pieces don't go. Exactly, Harry said. He locked the door behind him on the way out and walked back through the quiet castle to the Gryffindor Tower, and the embers in the common room fireplace had gone warm red, and outside the snow was still falling, and the year turned toward its end. You are thinking about the object, Ares said. The thing in Vault 713. Do you know what it is? Not yet, Harry said. Does the name Nicholas Flamel mean anything to you? Harry turned this over. He'd encountered it somewhere, in the margins of a book, possibly, or a reference in a history text. A very old wizard, he said slowly. Alchemist. Alchemist, Ares confirmed. And what is the oldest and most significant achievement of alchemy? A pause. Then, with the slow arrival of a conclusion he'd had the pieces for all along, Harry said, the Philosopher's Stone. It grants immortality, Ares said. An immortal object of enormous power, placed under inadequate security, in a school, with the man who wants it already inside and 10 years of wanting behind him. Harry sat down in a chair by the embers. Outside, the snow fell on the castle's towers and the grounds and the lake that was black and still and the forbidden forest beyond. The whole world was quiet. He's trying to come back, Harry said. He never fully left, Ares said. He is held together by the piece of his soul he affixed to Quirrell, and by 10 years of stubborn intention. A long pause. And he has been here, in this castle, for months, learning the shape of what stands between him and what he needs. And what stands between him and what he needs includes you. Harry stared at the embers. Good, he said. Ares was quiet for a moment, the way he went quiet when something surprised him into something that was almost admiration. Good. He said. Better here where I can see him than out there where I can't, Harry said. I'd rather know where he is. You are 11 years old. You keep saying that. Because I keep being surprised by the things you say for 11 years old. Harry almost smiled. You've known me since I was 5. Yes, Ares said. And I have not yet gotten used to it. A pause that had warmth under its dryness. Go to sleep, Harry. The stone will keep until spring. And you will need your rest. Harry went to sleep. The fire burned low. The castle held its centuries around him, its wards and its secrets and its waiting, and in the morning there would be more to learn and he intended to learn all of it. The year had not yet shown him everything it had. Chapter 5, The third floor is honest. January arrived cold and deliberate, the way January always did after the softness of Christmas, no apology for the change, just the facts of it. Frost on the tower windows every morning, the lake frozen from the banks inward, the grounds crunching underfoot in a way that made movement loud and honest. Harry ran them every morning. Not because anyone told him to. Not as performance or discipline in the punishing sense. He ran because Ares had told him once, in that first year at Privet Drive, that the mind and the body were not separate systems and that people who treated them as separate paid for the mistake eventually. He ran the outer perimeter of the grounds in the grey pre-dawn when the castle was still mostly asleep, through the frost and the cold that hit the back of his throat like something clarifying, and he came back up to the tower with his blood moving and his thinking clean. Ron had attempted to join him twice. The first morning he'd made it half the perimeter before indicating, through a combination of breathing and expression, that he was reconsidering his life choices. The second morning he'd stood at the portrait hole with his shoes on and his laces undone and watched Harry leave with the look of someone deciding that friendship had reasonable limits. "You're a maniac," Ron said, respectfully, at breakfast. Habit, Harry said, which was his consistent answer and was consistently true. Neville ran with him on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Not the full distance, Neville had limits he was genuinely working against rather than performing, but he came, and he got further each week, and he never made a performance of the effort. He just did it, quietly, the way Neville did most things, and Harry found that quality in him, the undemonstrative persistence, to be one of the things he most respected about him. Hermione had looked at the running schedule, announced that it was evidence-based and she approved of it in principle, and then continued not running on the grounds that she did her own morning preparation differently, which Harry suspected meant she was up at 5 reading and felt no requirement to justify this. He didn't ask. Different people needed different things. The point was to know what you needed and act on it. "You are building something," Aries observed, on one of those January mornings, as Harry made the turn past the greenhouses and the frost-stiffened grass cracked under his feet. "A team," Harry said, between breaths. "More than that." The voice was thoughtful. "You are building something people can belong to. That's different from building something useful. Useful things serve a purpose. Things people belong to serve the people." Harry ran for a while without responding, his breath making clouds in the cold air. "I didn't plan it that way." "I know," Aries said. "That's what makes it real. Planned communities are institutions. Organic ones are homes." A pause. "The 4 of you have become something genuine without trying. I have been watching. It is rare." Harry thought about Ron's unguarded face when he lost at chess, Neville's hands in the greenhouse soil moving with an authority his hands had nowhere else, Hermione's expression when a piece of theory clicked into place and the satisfaction came off her like light. He thought about what it meant to have people who knew you and stayed. "I've never had this before," Harry said. Simply, without weight. "No," Aries said. "You haven't." A pause that was gentle in the way that old things could be gentle, not soft, but careful. "Don't let the fear of losing it make you hold it lightly. The fear of loss is not the same as loss. Holding things lightly to protect yourself is just loss in slow motion." Harry finished the run and stood outside the castle door breathing steam into the cold morning air and thought about this for a long moment before going inside. Snape was the factor that Harry had been assessing longest without reaching a clean conclusion. The potions professor was, by any reasonable evaluation, a complicated case. Harry had watched him across 9 weeks of lessons with the same systematic attention he brought to Quirrell, and what he'd found was different enough to require its own framework entirely. Snape was not compromised. He was not performing. He was not concealing a secondary agenda behind a professional one. What he was, Harry had concluded, was a man in the specific pain of someone who had made terrible mistakes when young, had been marked by them in ways that wouldn't wash off, and had rebuilt himself around the guilt in ways that expressed primarily as hostility and perfectionism. He also, demonstrably, knew more about magic than any other teacher in this school. His lectures were dense and fast and pitched at a level that assumed the students were capable of keeping up, which most of them weren't, which Snape seemed to take as personal confirmation of his worst opinions about people. His potions classroom contained, if you knew how to extract it, more practical magical theory than any other class Harry was taking. Harry extracted it consistently, every lesson, and produced work that Snape graded with the minimum positive acknowledgement that professional standards required, accompanied by a sidelong look that was part evaluation and part something else that Harry couldn't quite read. "He watches you," Hermione said, one Tuesday evening, looking up from a potions essay with the expression of someone who had been watching the watcher. "Differently from the others." "I know," Harry said. "Why?" Harry thought about how to answer this. "Because I don't behave the way he expects me to," he said finally. Hermione tilted her head slightly. "How does he expect you to behave?" "Either badly and arrogantly, because of who my father was. Or badly and helplessly, because of where I grew up." Harry paused. "He's been braced for one or the other since September." "I'm neither, so he keeps checking." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Your father. James Potter. Snape knew him. They didn't like each other, apparently. He looked at his own essay. I'm not my father. Snape knows that intellectually. Emotionally he keeps having to relearn it. That's very. Hermione searched for the word. Perceptive? Ron offered, from where he was lying on the common room sofa nominally working on Charm's homework. I was going to say compassionate, Hermione said. Considering he makes your potions lessons unnecessarily difficult. He makes them difficult for everyone, Harry said. He's harder on me, but the difficulty isn't personal malice. He tests the things he cares about most. He's harder on me because I'm capable of meeting the standard and he wants to see if I will. He paused. It's a strange kind of attention, but it is attention. Ron made a noise that indicated this was far more charitable than he personally felt inclined to be, but that he was not going to argue the point. You are right about him, Ares said. Though you are missing one layer. What layer? He is watching you for Dumbledore. A pause. Not in a hostile way. He is reporting on your development, your character, your capability. Dumbledore trusts his assessments because Snape's assessments are not colored by affection. He is, in that sense, Dumbledore's most honest instrument. So whatever Snape thinks of me is what Dumbledore will calibrate against. Yes. Which means the most important thing you can do in potions is simply be exactly what you are. Be extraordinary. Be moral. Be consistent. If Snape's reports are honest, and they will be, because dishonesty in assessment would offend him deeply, then Dumbledore will have an accurate picture of you. A beat. And accurate information about you is, in the long run, more useful to you than a false impression. The potions lesson 2 days later was on the properties of Wiggenweld potion, a healing draft that was theoretically straightforward and practically finicky, requiring additions in a specific temperature window that most of the class missed because they were watching their cauldrons rather than reading the state of the potion itself. Harry watched the potion. Not the cauldron, not the clock. The potion, the way its surface tension changed as temperature rose, the specific color shift that preceded the window by 30 seconds. When the window came he made the addition cleanly and the potion turned the correct shade of blue without incident. Snape stopped behind his cauldron on the rounds. The silence lasted 3 seconds, which, for Snape, was significant. What were you watching? He said. Harry looked up. The surface tension. It changes faster than the color does. Better indicator. A pause. Where did you read that? I didn't. I watched the previous batch for the first 20 minutes before starting my own. Another pause, longer. Snape moved on without comment. But 3 feet away he stopped a different student who had gotten the addition timing wrong and said, crisply, watch the potion, not the clock. Mr. Potter doesn't look at the clock, and moved on from that too. Harry kept his expression entirely neutral. He just cited you, Ares said. As an example. That is the most you will ever get from Snape Severus. It's enough, Harry thought. The second time the castle showed Harry something he hadn't expected to find, it was February and he wasn't looking for it. He'd been doing what he often did after dinner on the slower evenings, walking. The castle was full of things that revealed themselves only to the person paying attention, which meant it revealed quite a lot to Harry. Hidden rooms that opened on intentions rather than passwords. Portraits that held conversations if you knew how to start them. Corridors that went different places depending on which day it was, with a logic that had never been explained but that Harry had begun to map. He rounded a corner on the 7th floor and found a door that hadn't been there the previous week. He stood outside it for a moment. Interesting, Ares said. The wards around this room are different from the rest of the castle. Older. And they are responding to something in you. The room is open because you approached, not because you found a mechanism. What's inside? Harry said. Something powerful. The quality of the magic through the door is significant. And old. A pause. And it is connected, in ways I can feel but not fully describe, to desire. To wanting. Harry considered this, hand on the door handle. Desire, he said. So whatever I see in there will be shaped by what I want. Perhaps, Ares said. Open it. The room beyond was large and high-ceilinged and largely empty, stone floors, the smell of old enchantments and cold air, the specific quality of disuse that wasn't neglect but dormancy. And at its center, standing on its own, a mirror. It was taller than Harry by twice. Its frame was ornate gold with inscription along the top in lettering that he looked at for a moment before reading, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. He read it backward. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood in front of it. The image came immediately. Not slowly, not building, immediate, the way dreams sometimes opened on scenes already mid-action. A woman. A man. The woman had his eyes, his specific eyes, green and direct, looking at him from a face that was warm and present and alive. The man had his hair, the same hopeless dark mess, and was laughing at something the woman had said, and there was a hand on Harry's shoulder, the woman's hand, light and real and certain. His parents. They were standing around him as if they'd always been standing around him, as if the absence was the anomaly and the presence was the natural state, and there was in his chest when he looked at it the specific ache that he'd learned to carry for so long that he'd stopped distinguishing it from his ordinary weight. He stood there for a long moment. Then he said, Ares. Yes. You went quiet. Yes. Why? A long pause. Longer than usual. When Ares spoke again his voice had something in it that Harry hadn't heard before in 6 years of shared space, something stripped of the ancient dryness, something unguarded. I have not seen human love, Ares said quietly, in a very long time. Not like this. Not the kind that survives. The kind that exists even after the people are gone because the people had lived and made something that lasts. Another pause. Your mother loved you enough to seal a god in your skull. Your father stood in a doorway without a wand and told the man who came to kill you to take him instead. I have watched every war your species has ever fought, and I have never, the voice dropped slightly, understood before tonight what they were fighting for. Harry looked at his parents' faces in the mirror. His mother's hand on his shoulder. His father laughing. They'd have loved you, Harry said. In their weird way. My dad especially. He'd have had 1,000 questions. Your mother would have had better questions, Ares said, with a quality in his voice that was the closest thing to affection he possessed. And she would have listened to the answers. Harry stood in front of the mirror for another minute. Just a minute. Then he turned away. Right, he said. The ache was still there, it was always going to be there, he'd long since made peace with that, but it was clean, not complicated. We should go. You're not going to stay. Staring at what you want and can't have, Harry said, is a trap. Not a monument. I know what I want. I don't need the mirror to show me. He paused. And I need to think about who else knows this room is here. Dumbledore, Ares said. The room's magic responds to him, I'd guess this isn't its usual location. He's moved it here. And he will know someone has found it. Then he'll be waiting to see what I do next, Harry said. Yes. Good, Harry said. I'll give him something worth seeing. He went back to the tower and slept without dreaming, and in the morning the door on the 7th floor was gone. Quirrell's condition was deteriorating. Harry tracked this with the methodical care he brought to variables that mattered, and by March the deterioration was measurable against the baseline he'd established in September. The man was thinner. The anxiety had moved from performed to something rawer, closer to the surface, less managed. He flinched at loud noises and stood slightly sideways when speaking to groups of people, as if protecting something. The smell of garlic in his classroom had doubled. The entity inside him is pushing harder, Ares said. The closer the opportunity, the stone, the protections he has been working through, the less patience it has for the host's comfort. A pause. He is being used up. How long does he have? Harry said. He was watching Quirrell from across the great hall during breakfast, which looked from any angle like a boy eating toast. Not long. The voice was even. The entity does not need him to survive the retrieval. It needs him to reach the stone. After that, Quirrell becomes irrelevant, Harry said. Yes. Harry ate his toast. The great hall moved around him with the ordinary morning machinery of 500 people starting their day. Hermione was annotating her charms notes. Ron was eating enormous quantities of everything. Neville had a smudge of soil on his wrist from morning greenhouse duties that he hadn't noticed. We're getting close to the end of it, Harry said. Yes. The remaining protections, I can feel them, from here. There are 5 layers between the trapdoor and the stone. He has been through 2. He is working on the 3rd. A pause. He will reach the final layer within weeks. A month at most. And Dumbledore knows something is moving. Whether he knows exactly what, Ares considered. His attention has been divided. There was a visit in January, he left the school briefly. I do not know why. If Quirrell reaches the stone while Dumbledore's gone, then it is not a trap. It is a disaster. Harry was quiet for a moment. He ate the rest of his toast and thought about this and about timing and about the things that became yours to deal with when you were the one who saw them coming. I need to know what's down there, he said. All of it. Every layer. You have been learning the castle's logic for months. The protections will follow the same logic, each one designed by someone, therefore containing that someone's assumptions about threat. The way to defeat a protection is to understand the person who designed it. Ares paused. Which means you need to know who designed each layer. Hagrid would know, Harry said. The teachers who contributed, Dumbledore wouldn't have kept it entirely to himself. Hagrid knows things without knowing he's not supposed to know them. Yes, Ares said. Hagrid is perhaps the most reliable source of information in this castle, because he has no idea he is one. Harry caught Ron's eye across the table. Free period this afternoon, he said. Feel like visiting Hagrid? Ron looked up with toast in hand. Always, he said. He said he was trying a new recipe. I'm choosing to find that exciting rather than terrifying. Hagrid's hut was warm in the specific excessive way of spaces heated by large fireplaces managed by people with large thermal tolerances, which meant that stepping inside from the March cold was like stepping into a different climate. The thing in a large black pot on the fire smelled interesting and slightly alarming in equal parts. Harry. Ron. Hermione. Neville, come in, just finishing up. Hermione eyed the pot. What is that? Rock cake batter, Hagrid said proudly. It's moving, Neville said. That's the good kind of moving, Hagrid said, with the confidence of a man whose relationship with food safety was philosophical rather than practical. Sit down, sit down. They sat on chairs and the enormous sofa that took up one whole wall, and Fong the boarhound distributed affection with the indiscriminate enthusiasm of an animal who had given up selectivity as a concept. The hut smelled of dog and fire and something herbal drying in bunches from the ceiling. Harry let the visit settle into its natural rhythm, Hagrid's warmth filling the space, Ron and Neville eating rock cakes with the cautious bravery of people who'd learned what to expect, Hermione asking questions about the moving batter that Hagrid answered with enthusiastic inaccuracy, and waited for the conversation to find the right opening. It found one when Ron, gesturing with a rock cake, accidentally knocked a small dragon egg reference book off Hagrid's table, and Hagrid dove for it with the reflexive alarm of someone protecting something more significant than a book. Dragons, Hermione said, looking at the book's title. Hagrid, are you breeding a dragon? Hagrid looked at the book, at them, at the fire, and then at the specific spot on the ceiling that people looked at when they were assembling a denial that wasn't going to work. Course not. Illegal, isn't it? Wouldn't do that. He paused. That's just reference material. For what? Neville asked, with the guileless curiosity of someone who genuinely just wanted to know. Hagrid deflected with the finesse of a man whose deflections were friendly and obvious in equal measure, and Harry let it go. The dragon question wasn't what he'd come for. He let the conversation move, and 20 minutes later, when Hagrid was in a mild, expansive mood produced by hot tea and a receptive audience, Harry said, quite naturally, Hagrid, I've been thinking about the third floor. The hut went slightly still. Shouldn't be thinking about the third floor, Hagrid said, which was the response Harry had expected, delivered with the delivery he'd expected, warning that was mostly protective rather than restrictive, the tone of someone who cared rather than someone who was guarding a secret. I know, Harry said. But, I've been worried. About whether it's safe. Given what's there. He said this with the guileless directness that was, in this case, perfectly genuine. He was worried about its safety, just not in the way Hagrid would assume. Fluffy's impressive, but the protections below. Fluffy's not the only thing, Hagrid said, and then put down his tea with the expression of someone who had just said exactly what they were trying not to say. I mean, it's safe. Dumbledore's made sure of it. Lots of things protecting it. Professors contributed. Very well protected. Which professors? Hermione asked, with the bright, direct interest of someone who couldn't help themselves. Hagrid counted on his fingers with the specific air of someone trying to remember what they're allowed to say. Well, there's Fluffy, that's mine. And there's, well, Professor Sprout did something with plants. And Professor Flitwick. And Professor McGonagall, she did a good one. And Quirrell. He stopped here in the way people stopped when they said a word that immediately felt wrong, not because of the word itself but because of something in the air around it, and Professor Dumbledore himself, of course. And there's something else. He became vague in the specific way of someone who'd been told to be vague about something. Something that finds the right person. Finds the right person, Harry repeated. That's all I'll say, Hagrid said, with the finality of someone reaching the edge of what they know they should say and stopping there. It's all perfectly safe. You shouldn't worry. Of course, Harry said. Sorry to bring it up. Tell me about the rock cakes. Hagrid's face immediately cleared into relief and enthusiasm, and the conversation moved to rock cakes, and from there to the forthcoming Quidditch final, and from there to something Hagrid had seen in the forest that he described with loving detail and that was probably extremely dangerous and that Hagrid found wonderful, and the afternoon sat comfortable and warm around all of them. Walking back to the castle in the cold blue late afternoon, Hermione said quietly, Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, Dumbledore. And something that finds the right person. 6 layers, Neville said. He was getting better at following the strategic threads, Harry had noticed. Quicker to the conclusion. Fluffy is the first, Harry said. Then something botanical, Sprout's work. Then probably Flitwick's, which would be charms-based. Then McGonagall's, which would be transfiguration. Then Quirrell's. Then Dumbledore's. And then, something that finds the right person, Hermione said. She was quiet for a moment. What does that mean, exactly? The stone, Ares said. I believe what Hagrid is describing is a secondary enchantment on the stone itself. Something that ensures it can only be used properly by the right person. A pause. The question is how it defines right. Ares thinks the stone has its own protection, Harry said, which was how he sometimes translated Ares for the others, without quite explaining the source. They'd accepted this, Harry's occasional references to what he thought or sensed with a specificity that suggested it wasn't entirely his own intuition, with varying degrees of curiosity. Hermione had asked directly 3 times and received indirect answers 3 times and was still constructing her theory. Ron accepted it as part of Harry being Harry. Neville, characteristically, had simply said, makes sense, and moved on. If Quirrell is already through 2 layers, Hermione said slowly, walking and thinking simultaneously, and he has months, we need to be ready to go down there, Harry said. Before he gets there. The three of them were quiet. "You're not suggesting we go now," Ron said, from slightly behind them, where he'd been walking and listening with the quiet that he produced when something was serious. "Not now," Harry said. "When it's time. We'll know." "How?" Neville asked. Harry looked back at the castle rising ahead of them, its towers against the pale late sky, and thought about all the ways that situations declared their own moment of necessity. "Because Quirrell will make a move," he said. "Something that forces it into the open. When that happens, we'll have a window." Ron was quiet for 3 full steps. "Then, he said. Harry looked at him. "You said we," Ron said. "I did," Harry said. Something in Ron's face settled, not resolved, because this wasn't the kind of thing that resolved clean, but settled into acceptance and something else, something that was closer to the word yes than any other word. He nodded once, and that was the agreement, and they went inside. The Quidditch final was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff in May, and Harry caught the snitch in 4 minutes. This was not because Hufflepuff were poor opposition, they were competent and committed and flew with honest effort. It was because the snitch appeared directly above the Hufflepuff keeper's head at minute 3 and Harry was already moving at minute 2.5, because he'd watched the snitch's behavior patterns over the season with the same attention he gave everything and had noted it had a tendency to hover near goal posts when the game's energy was concentrated elsewhere. The crowd noise was something physical at that altitude. Harry held the snitch above his head at 80 feet and felt the Gryffindor section go into the specific joyful chaos that would referred to as his team performing correctly. Down in the stands, he could see Fred and George riding invisible currents of enthusiasm, and Neville, who had turned an extraordinary shade of red from shouting, and Hermione with her hands over her mouth in the specific posture she produced when something went right that she had been moderately worried about. Ron was somewhere in the Gryffindor section making noises that Harry could hear distinctly despite the general noise, which was an achievement. Wood landed next to him on the pitch and said something that was entirely obscured by his own team landing on them both with collective celebration, and Harry was briefly in the middle of a pile of Quidditch players all of whom were extremely pleased about everything, and he let himself be pleased too, clean and unqualified, the specific pleasure of a thing done well in front of people who cared about it. "This is what you protect," Ares said quietly, from somewhere under all the noise. This exact thing. Harry understood. The moment declared itself in the first week of June. Not with drama. With a letter. Harry came back from the morning run to find Hedwig on his windowsill with a note attached, and the note was in Hagrid's handwriting, large and slightly uneven, told someone how to get past Fluffy. Was stupid. Burn this. He read it twice. Then he burned it, as instructed. He sat on his bed. The sequence, Ares said, and his voice had shifted to the quality it had when everything non-essential was cleared away, when they were operating in the space where things were simply what they were. Someone got the information from Hagrid. The first layer is now accessible. Quirrell will move soon, possibly tonight, possibly tomorrow. He has been working toward this for months. The information about Fluffy is the last piece he needed. Dumbledore, Harry said. Is he here? I cannot feel his specific presence. A pause. The quality of the castle's ambient magic is, slightly different. I believe he may not be in the building. He's gone, Harry said. Someone arranged it. Yes. Harry stood up. He dressed with the efficiency of someone who had made the decision before they were fully conscious of making it. He looked at the door, then looked at the mirror on the wall, and his own face looked back at him, 11 years old and absolutely steady. Today, he said. Yes, Ares said. Today. He went to find the others. They were in the common room, Hermione at the table with her books, Ron on the sofa, Neville coming down the stairs with a pot of something from his dormitory plant collection that he was taking somewhere. Harry stood in the middle of the room and they all looked at him, and whatever they saw in his face made all of them go still in the specific way of people who recognize the signal. Tonight, Harry said. It's happening tonight. Ron stood up. His expression had already moved through the processing stage to the part that was simply present, ready, committed. Hermione closed her books with a precision that was its own kind of preparation. Neville put the plant pot down carefully on the nearest surface and looked at Harry with eyes that were clear and direct. "All right," Neville said. "All right," Ron said. Hermione looked at Harry with a gaze that was doing several things simultaneously, assessing, caring, afraid in a functional way that wasn't paralysis but information. "What do we need?" Harry looked at the four of them in the morning light of the common room, and he thought about Ares saying this is what you protect on the Quidditch pitch, and he thought that the old god was right, and that this was also what you fought for, and that in the best cases those two things were the same. "Each other," he said. "And everything we know." They planned through the afternoon. Chapter 6, The Trapdoor Below the World. They went down at midnight. Not because midnight was dramatic. Because midnight was when the castle's natural rhythms reached their lowest point, minimum traffic, maximum quiet, the specific hour when even the portraits dozed and the staircases moved with the slow frequency of things operating on reduced attention. Harry had mapped this the way he'd mapped everything else, and midnight was simply the right answer to the logistical question. They wore no cloaks. Harry had considered the invisibility cloak, which had arrived on Christmas morning in a package with no name, just a note saying it had been his father's, which he'd spent a week thinking carefully about before concluding that Dumbledore had sent it and that the sending said something interesting about Dumbledore's model of how this situation should play out. He'd decided against it. 4 people under one cloak at speed was unwieldy, and the quality of commitment required for what was below the 3rd floor trapdoor was not served by trying to make yourself invisible. You either did this or you didn't. They did. The 3rd floor corridor was dark and quiet and smelled the same as it always had, stone and something faintly animal, and the door opened to Alohomora the same as before, and the room beyond was the same room, Fluffy sleeping on the trapdoor in 3-part snoring harmony that actually had a discernible rhythm once you listened for it. "Music," Hermione said, quietly, as soon as the door closed behind them. "Hagrid said something last term, music sends it to sleep. It's already asleep because someone's already been here." She was right. The gap in the rhythm was obvious once you knew to look for it, slightly too steady, slightly too deep, the sleep of something that had been sedated rather than the sleep of something that had simply run down. Harry cast his eyes to the trapdoor beneath 3 enormous sets of paws and calculated the extraction problem. "We need it to move," Neville said. He was looking at Fluffy with the specific calm that Neville produced around large animals, which was very different from the anxious version of Neville and suggested the greenhouse Neville, the competent one, the one who knew things in his hands, was forward. "I can manage that." Harry looked at him. "I've been reading about Cerberus-type creatures," Neville said, with the directness of someone who had prepared specifically for this because they'd known it was coming. "The reactive points. If you come at it from the left side, the outer heads on the left, and apply pressure correctly, they shift their weight." He paused. "I'll need about 30 seconds. "You've been planning for this," Ron said. "We've all been planning for this," Neville said, reasonably, and moved toward the left with the steady step of someone who had decided and wasn't going back. Harry watched Neville go, the round-faced boy who'd gripped his arm in the boat on the first night, who'd been afraid of being sorted wrong, who did his work quietly and without performance, and felt something in his chest that Ares would have called recognition. The specific quality of seeing someone arrive at themselves. Neville's hands found the outer head's jaw with a precision that was tactile confidence rather than shown confidence. He didn't look certain, he simply was certain, because his hands had knowledge that his self-assessment hadn't caught up with yet. The head shifted. The body followed. The trapdoor was accessible. "Now," Harry said. They went through in sequence, dropping into darkness, and the darkness resolved as they fell into something soft and thick and alive. Plant matter. Dense and fibrous and immediately active, wrapping around Harry's ankles with the purposeful grip of something that had been waiting for exactly this, devil's snare, which he identified from Hermione's first-year herbology notes even as it began its upward climb. "Don't panic," Hermione said, from somewhere to his left, with the controlled quality of someone managing their own panic by narrating the solution. It responds to movement. Relax and it releases. Harry had read the same notes. He went still. The plant paused, assessing, found no resistance to grip, and loosened fractionally. He cast a clean lumos, the light source that Devil's Snare recoiled from, and the plant released entirely, falling back into its dense mass with the sudden retreat of something light-averse. Sprout's work, Ares said. Designed for someone who panics and struggles. A still mind defeats it. Ron had gone still after a moment of instinctive thrashing, and the plant released him too. Neville had gone still immediately, which was the greenhouse Neville operating with his full capability. Calm with plants was his baseline. They dropped the final few feet onto stone floor, landing in a low corridor lit by the dim luminescence of their wands. Harry said. The corridor ahead ended in a door, and through the door was a room that filled Harry's ears before his eyes adjusted, a high sustained rushing sound like mechanical wind, and then his eyes caught the shapes moving through the air in spiraling patterns and he understood, winged keys. Dozens of them, silver bright, swooping and circling in complex intersecting patterns with the coordinated chaos of a murmuration. For broomsticks against the far wall. One lock on the door beyond, requiring a key. Harry assessed the population of airborne keys and found the pattern, not in each key individually but in the mass of them, the way a flock had both individual paths and collective direction, and identified the one that was moving slightly wrong. Older. Feathers bent. Moving with the compensating irregularity of something that had been caught before. You could do this from the ground, Ares said. I know. Harry took the broom. But I can do it faster on the broom, and speed matters. He was in the air in seconds and across the room in fewer, the key dodging with the frantic energy of something that knew what being caught meant, and the other keys swarming toward him in the instinctive defense response Hermione was already narrating from below. He didn't need the narration but he heard it and filed it and the key was there, just there, and he changed angle the way he'd changed angle before, fluffy, sharp and committed, and his hand closed around it. The keys scattered. He was back on the ground in 4 seconds total. 2, he said. Hermione's face had a particular expression when Harry did things quickly that she found theoretically explicable but experientially surprising. She made a note somewhere in her mental ledger and said nothing. The door beyond opened onto a room that stopped all of them at the threshold for a moment. Chess pieces. Life-sized. Arranged on a board that occupied the entire floor space, black and white, stone and marble, and they were alive in the way that wizard chess pieces were alive, intelligent, purposeful, and violent. The pieces on the far side of the board had the specific stillness of things waiting to move. A voice said, "You'll have to play your way across." Not a human voice, the White Queen, who stood at the center of the back rank with the weight of someone who had been here long enough to have opinions about the people who arrived. And not all of you. Ron was already studying the board. Harry watched him do it. The way Ron's face changed when he looked at a chessboard, became something that wasn't the cheerful, slightly reactive Ron of daily life but something older and more deliberate, as if chess activated a different version of him that sat at a frequency nobody else in his life was usually tuned to. I can take them, Ron said. This is wizard chess, Hermione said. The pieces, I know what wizard chess does, Ron said, still studying the board. His voice was very even. I'll play. Ron, Hermione. He looked at her, and the look was kind and direct and completely settled. I know what I'm doing. Let me do it. Harry looked at the board and at Ron and at the arrangement of pieces and ran the game forward in his head several moves. He was not at Ron's level but he was competent, and what he saw was that Ron was right. The board required a player of his skill and it required the specific sacrifice that Ron had already seen and accepted while Hermione was still in the objection. He's right, Harry said. Hermione closed her mouth. Opened it again. Closed it. This, Ares said, is the difficult part of trusting people. The moment when their capability in a specific domain exceeds yours and the correct response is to stand back. Hermione stood back. Harry could see the effort it took and respected it. Ron played. The chess pieces moved with the violence that wizard chess cultivated. The captures weren't symbolic, they were physical, stone against stone, the crack and shatter of pieces being taken echoing in the chamber. Ron moved with the absolute clarity of someone who had decided what mattered and was operating from that decision rather than from fear of the things that could go wrong. The White Knight. Ron took it. He replaced it on the square himself, standing on the square himself, in the place of the piece, and Harry understood what was about to happen 3 moves before it happened. Ron, Neville said. I know, Ron said. It's the only way through. Go. All 3 of you. We're not, Hermione started. Hermione, Ron said, and his voice was warm and firm in the way that people's voices were when they'd moved past argument into the territory of simply being right. We don't have time and I've already made the decision. Go. I'll be here when you get back. The pieces take you out of the game, they don't kill you. He looked at Harry with the specific directness of someone who needed to be believed. I'm fine. Go. Harry held his gaze. Assessed the truth in it. It was the truth. 3, Harry said, meaning the layer. Then, to Ron, we'll be fast. Ron nodded. The Queen moved. Harry walked through the far door with Hermione and Neville behind him and the sound of chess ending behind, and he didn't look back because looking back when you'd made the right call was just punishment and he didn't have time for punishment. He'll be all right, Ares said. I know, Harry said. He was extraordinary. Yes, Ares said simply. He was. The 4th room smelled like death. That was the first data point, immediate and animal, a smell that bypassed the thinking part of the brain and landed directly in the oldest part, the part that categorized things in binary, safe and not safe. The not safe category. Neville's hand found Harry's arm in the dark before Harry's wand light resolved the shape in the center of the room. A troll. Not unconscious. Not this one. Larger than the Halloween troll. Awake and tracking them with the slow-turning attention of something that processed threat at a speed slightly behind its size, which was still quite fast enough given what its size was. It had a club that it was shifting from one hand to the other with the patient rhythm of something that had been waiting. Someone put it here, Neville said, with the clarity of fear processed into information. It's not accidental. It's been placed. Quirrell's lair, Harry said. His voice was absolutely even. Move left. Both of you. What are you doing? Ares asked. What's fastest, Harry said. He walked forward. The troll turned its full attention to him, which was what he'd intended, taking the targeting off Neville and Hermione, establishing himself as the primary variable in the room's threat calculus. He watched the club arm move back with the specific mechanics of a preparation he'd studied once on the Halloween troll, that overcommitment before the swing, the way the whole body followed the arm's direction, the gap in the moment between peak backswing and descent. He could feel his wand in his hand and the clarity of intent behind it, the way intent worked when everything extraneous had been cleared away and there was just the need and the direction. Wait for it, Ares said. Not yet, the backswing peaked. Harry's wand came up and the intent was simply, down. Not a specific jinx, not a named spell. Something deeper and more immediate, the bedrock-level magic that Ares had been talking about since Harry was 5, intent clear as glass, directed and complete. The troll sat down. Then fell down. The air pressure in the room normalized. Silence. Hermione was staring. Neville was staring. They were both doing the specific thing they did when Harry did something that exceeded their current model of what was possible, which required a brief pause for model updating. How? Hermione started. 4, Harry said. Move. She moved. Neville moved. Harry walked past the troll and through the door beyond and didn't explain, because the explanation would take longer than the time available and because some things were simpler to demonstrate than to describe. That was not subtle, Ares said. No. And it didn't need to be. No, Ares agreed. It didn't. The fifth room was different in quality from all the others. It was cold in the specific way that intellectual spaces were sometimes cold, a temperature that felt designed rather than accidental, suggesting the person who'd made this layer had chosen an atmosphere rather than simply left the temperature uncontrolled. In the center of the room was a table with 7 bottles arranged on it, each one a different size and containing a different colored liquid. Around the bases of the bottles, a line of flame bisected the room, purple fire behind them, black fire ahead, both impassable without the correct solution. On the table, a rolled parchment. Hermione crossed to it immediately, unrolled it, and her eyes moved through the riddle on it with the focused speed of someone reading something they understand structurally before they understand it specifically. Her lips moved slightly. Her expression did the thing it did when she was working, present and absorbed and slightly elsewhere. Harry and Neville stood at either side of her and read over her shoulders. A logic puzzle, Ares said. Interesting. The assumption is that dark wizards are not logical. A real assumption that reflects a real pattern. A pause. Is it correct? Harry read through the riddle, which was essentially a deductive process. Forward through the black fire required the small bottle, back through the purple required the round one, others were nettle wine or variants, the logic chain cleanly sequenced if you held all the variables simultaneously. He reached the answer at roughly the same moment Hermione did, and they looked at each other. The small bottle, Hermione said. Forward. Yes, Harry said. Neville looked between them. I got the same, he said, slightly surprised at himself. Hermione smiled, genuine, quick, warm, and then her expression moved to something else, the thing she'd been managing since they left the common room, the processing that had been running underneath everything. There's only enough for one person, she said. To go forward. I know, Harry said. Harry, I know, he said again. He looked at both of them. Neville was steady, his face had the quality it had on Tuesday mornings on the run, the quiet commitment that didn't announce itself. Hermione had the expression of someone who had known this was coming and had been hoping the knowing would make it easier, which it hadn't. You two go back. Ron needs help getting back. And Dumbledore, should be told, Hermione said. I know. I'll send Hedwig when we're out. She looked at him for a moment with eyes that were doing several things at once, afraid for him, trusting him, angry on his behalf at a situation that had put an 11-year-old in a corridor below a school facing something that adults should have been handling. Come back, she said. Simply. Yes, Harry said, equally simply. Neville grabbed his arm, not the anxious grip from the lake boat, something different. The grip of someone who had grown into themselves over a school year and was using the strength of that. You're not alone, he said. Whatever's in there, remember that. Harry looked at him. Neville Longbottom, who had been afraid of the sorting, who ran with him on Tuesdays and Thursdays and got further every week, who had moved 3-headed dogs with his bare hands in the dark. I know, Harry said. He drank the small bottle. Cold moved through him from the inside out, and the black fire was nothing more than air as he stepped through. The final room was circular. Stone floor, high domed ceiling, torch brackets providing light that was steady rather than flickering, someone had arranged for adequate visibility, which struck Harry as a detail that said something about the person who'd made this layer. Dumbledore wanted this to be seen. In the center of the room, the mirror of Erist. Harry stopped. There it is, Ares said, quietly. He didn't mean the mirror. He meant what was in front of the mirror. Quirrell stood with his back to Harry, facing the mirror's surface, and his posture was the posture of someone straining toward something, leaning forward, hands almost raised, with the specific urgency of a man watching what he wanted and being unable to reach it. The reflection in the mirror from Harry's angle showed only Quirrell himself, the back of the turban, the rigid shoulders. You're here, Quirrell said. Not turning. His voice was different, the stutter entirely absent, stripped back to something flatter and more precise. I wondered if you would be. Where's Dumbledore? Harry said. He moved to the side, changing his angle, not coming closer yet. Reading the room, the exits, the variables. Away. Quirrell turned now. His face had shed the performance entirely, the mild anxiety, the apologetic effect, all of it gone. What remained was something that looked more honest, oddly, a man who had made choices and was living inside their consequences. Someone ensured he received an urgent letter. Ministry business. A thin smile. He'll have worked it out by now. He may be on his way back. We don't have long. And the stone, Harry said. He looked at the mirror. You can't see it. No. The frustration in Quirrell's voice was real and raw. I've been standing here for 20 minutes. The mirror shows me what I want, but the stone remains invisible. He looked at Harry with an assessment that was entirely different from the Quirrell assessment Harry had been receiving since September: direct, clinical, intelligent. He wants to try with you. The word he landed in the room the way Ares's name had landed in the cupboard once, years ago, with specific gravity. Harry felt the scar pressure intensify, directional, the signal he'd been tracking all year now immediate and close. He's in the turban, Harry said. Quirrell's hand went to it. The gesture wasn't defensive. It was something closer to resigned confirmation. Yes. He paused. He wants to speak with you directly. I'd rather speak with you, Harry said. He held his ground. You're still a person, Quirrell. Whatever happened in Albania, whatever he promised you, you're still the one making choices right now. Something crossed Quirrell's face. The complex kind of expression that people had when they were told something true they'd been avoiding. I made my choices, Quirrell said. Some time ago. And you can make different ones, Harry said. No, Quirrell said simply. I cannot. He said it without drama, which made it worse, the specific voice of someone who had genuinely looked at their options and found them closed. Now. He will speak. Ready, Ares said. Not instruction, solidarity. The word that was the whole of it. Ready, Harry agreed. Quirrell reached up and unwound the turban with the deliberate movements of a man who had already mourned every version of himself that had existed before this moment. The turban fell away. At the back of his head, where the skull sloped away, was a face. It was barely a face. The word barely did real work in that sentence. It was the structural impression of a face, the architecture of one, as if a face had been suggested on a surface that wasn't fully suitable for suggestion. No color. No substance that Harry's eyes could properly process. But the eyes were there, and they were red, and they were looking at Harry with the specific attention of something that had been thinking about him for a very long time. Harry looked back. He had prepared for this moment in various ways over the past months, had thought about what it would feel like, had run through scenarios, had listened to Ares's analysis of who and what Voldemort was. None of the preparation had quite accounted for the actual experience of looking at what was left of the man who had killed his parents, because preparation was always theoretical and this was the room with the thing in it. The scar burned. Not painfully, it had moved past pain into a register that was more fundamental than pain, the way extreme cold moved past cold into something that the body experienced as burning rather than freezing. Harry breathed through it. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and the voice came from Quirrell's mouth but not from Quirrell. It was cold and very precise, with the quality of someone speaking from a place of absolute certainty about their own significance. You are, not what I expected. You're less than I expected, Harry said. The red eyes narrowed fractionally. Not anger. Recalibration. You are not afraid. No. Everyone is afraid of me. You've been afraid of dying since before I was born, Harry said. His voice was level, the way things were level when they were true in the same way that gravity was true. You've made every choice from that fear. You killed my parents from that fear. You're in the back of a man's head from that fear. He held the red gaze without flinching. You're not frightening. You're afraid. Silence. You are standing in front of the most feared dark wizard in a century and you are telling him about himself, Ares said, with something in his voice that was barely controlled and was not fear. This is either the bravest or the most reckless thing I have ever witnessed, and I watched the Spartans. Is there a difference? Harry thought. In this case? No. You carry something in you, Voldemort said, and his tone had shifted, studying now, the way predators shifted to studying when they realized the prey wasn't performing correctly. Something old. Something I felt once before, on that night. The red eyes moved to Harry's scar. What is it? Nothing, you'll get to know better, Harry said. I appreciate the sentiment, Ares said dryly. Though I admit curiosity about whether he could even perceive me properly. The red eyes returned to Harry's face. Join me, Voldemort said, and his voice had changed again, smoother, the specific register of someone who had practiced persuasion until it felt like music. You are powerful beyond what these people understand. Beyond what even you understand. What you could become, with the stone, with my guidance, no, Harry said. Not I'll think about it or what would that involve or any of the hesitation that the offer was fishing for. Just no. Clean and immediate and requiring no further explanation. The red eyes did something. Harry couldn't read it fully, there were too many layers of the inhuman in there, but it looked like something that was related to recognition. Your mother said no the same way, Voldemort said. Quiet. Specific. Testing. Harry felt the words land. He let them land. He didn't push them away or harden against them, because hardening was its own kind of response and Voldemort was looking for responses. She was right to, Harry said. She died for it. She won, Harry said. That's what you've never understood about her. She knew what the outcome would be and she chose it anyway, because what she was protecting mattered more than whether she survived. That's not weakness. His eyes held the red gaze and didn't shift. You're the one who's been losing ever since that night. You just haven't admitted it yet. The silence that followed was different from the ones before it. Fuller. The torchlight was steady and the room was still and the mirror behind Quirrell reflected, Harry noticed, in the peripheral attention he was keeping on everything at once, something in its depths that it hadn't been showing before. Something small and red. The stone. It had appeared in the mirror when Harry was in front of it. Not showing him what he wanted to stop Voldemort, to protect the people he'd come down here for, to put an end to this. The mirror was showing him accomplishing those things, and the stone was in the image because in the image he already had it, and somehow, the enchantment working the way Dumbledore had designed it, finding the right person through the method Hagrid had cryptically described, the image had become real. Harry felt the weight of something in his pocket that hadn't been in his pocket before. He didn't reach for it. Didn't look down. Just registered it with the absolute peripheral calm that Ares had spent years developing in him. The mirror gave it to you, Ares said, very quietly. Because you wanted to find it to protect people rather than use it for yourself. That is what the enchantment was waiting for. I know, Harry said. Voldemort saw it. The shift in his eyes, not seeing the pocket, seeing something in Harry's face, the micro-change that came with the micro-knowledge of having something. Give it to me, he said, and the music in his voice had sharpened to something closer to the thing underneath it. No, Harry said, for the second time. Quirrell, Voldemort said. Quirrell moved. Harry moved faster. Not toward Quirrell, sideways, the combat geometry that wasn't about meeting force with force but about changing the geometry of the confrontation. The room that was designed as a circle meant every position had lines of approach, and Harry had been calculating those lines since he'd walked in, and he moved along the one that put the mirror between himself and Quirrell and bought him the angle he needed. His wand came up. The intent was not a named spell, it was the same bedrock intent that had dropped the troll, the same quality of directness that came from having a clear purpose and no obstruction between the purpose and the will. He directed it at Quirrell. What happened was this, where the intent met Quirrell, Quirrell burned. Not fire. Something else. Something that Harry would spend a long time afterward trying to find the right language for and eventually conclude that the right language didn't exist in any vocabulary he had. Ares recognized it immediately and said, very quietly, "Your mother's magic. It's still in you. The protection she made, it isn't gone, it's in your blood, your skin. Contact with you is what it cannot survive." Quirrell screamed. Not the entity. Quirrell, the man, the person who had made choices that led here, the person Harry had tried to give a different option to and who had said he had none. He screamed and pulled back and Harry pressed forward because pressure was how you ended things, not hesitation. The entity, Voldemort, the shade of him, the fraction that had clung to Quirrell and refused to diminish, erupted from the back of Quirrell's head like something escaping a container that had finally broken. It was a rush of cold and displaced air and the quality of something that didn't have a body trying to find the space where bodies were. Harry felt it move through him like the temperature dropped 10 degrees in a second. And Ares moved. Not physically. Not in any way that had a visible component. But Harry felt it, the ancient god in his scar, who had spent 6 years in the sealed space Lily Potter had made, expanding outward for one moment with the full weight of what he actually was, not the voice and the counsel and the gentle teaching but the primordial thing, the actual texture of a god, and the shade that was Voldemort hit that and stopped. Like hitting a wall. Like hitting something that was too old and too fundamental and too unimpressed to be moved. Not yet, Ares said, and the voice was different, enormous, the way it had been enormous in the cupboard the first time, the way a mountain is enormous. Not this way. Not through a child. Not through this. The shade collected itself, what it could collect. The red eyes, formless now, looked at Harry from the air in front of him, and Harry looked back, and there was a moment between them that was longer than its seconds. "This isn't over," the shade said. "No," Harry agreed. "But it's over for tonight." The shade moved. Through the wall. Through the stone, between the molecules of it, the way things without bodies moved when they needed to leave quickly, and then it was gone and the room was just a room, cold stone, torchlight, the mirror showing Harry his own face, and Quirrell on the floor. Harry crossed to him. Quirrell was breathing, barely, the shallow unsteady breathing of someone whose body had been used as a vehicle for something it wasn't designed for and had been finally released from that use. His eyes were open and he was looking at the ceiling with the specific expression of someone discovering that they still existed, which hadn't been a certainty. "It's gone," Harry said. Quirrell said nothing for a moment. Then, quietly, with the ghost of the stutter returned but different now, real, not performed, "I know. You're going to be all right," Harry said, which he believed was probably true in the biological sense and was deeply uncertain about in the other senses, and Quirrell probably knew that too. "I made my choices," Quirrell said again. The same words as before. But they meant something different in the aftermath, not closed and final, more like someone beginning to understand the weight of a thing they'd been carrying and had only just set down. Harry sat on the cold floor beside him and waited for the sound of someone coming, because someone was coming, Dumbledore, he was certain, working his way back toward the thing he'd set in motion. The torch light was steady. The mirror was blank now, simply a mirror, showing the room and its two occupants with the honest indifference of glass. "You have the stone," Ares said. His voice had returned to its ordinary scale, the quiet, dry, specific presence that Harry had known for 6 years. "Yes. What will you do with it?" Harry put his hand in his pocket and felt the small, warm, impossible weight of it. An object that could grant immortality. The thing that had set this whole year in motion. He turned it over in his fingers once, feeling its reality, and then took it out and held it on his palm and looked at it in the torchlight. It was a deep red stone. About the size of a large marble. It didn't glow or pulse or announce itself. It sat in his hand and was simply what it was. "If I keep it," Harry said, "I have something Voldemort will spend every resource he has coming after." "Yes. If I destroy it, Nicholas Flamel dies." "Yes. Though he is very old and has said, reportedly, that he would welcome rest." If I return it to Dumbledore, I'm back to being a piece. Also yes. Harry looked at the stone. He thought about what Ares had taught him, that the difference between a leader and a manipulator was who you were working for. He thought about what the stone had done and what it could do and what the world would look like with it in it versus without it. Neither of us needs to live forever, Harry said. And I won't let it be used as leverage. He closed his hand around it. He held the intention clear and simple, the way intentions needed to be clear and simple to work at this level, not destroy, not use, but nullify, to take the thing that made it dangerous and remove it while leaving whatever remained to its original owner to decide about. He'd read about this in the advanced theory book. The one he'd lent to Hermione, who had read it twice. Magical objects that had been imbued could be unimbued. The enchantment could be taken back if the intent was clean and the power sufficient. You'll need to push, Ares said. Genuinely push. I know. He pushed. The warmth in his palm became heat and then became something past heat and the stone cracked, not broke, cracked, a single line down its center like stone does when it has been holding something too long and finally releases it. The red color drained from it. Not visibly, not as a light or a mist, just, left. The stone in his palm was still a stone, still the same size and shape. Just a stone now. Harry put it in his pocket. Was that, Ares started. I don't know what that was exactly, Harry said honestly. But it felt right. The door at the end of the room opened. Footsteps. And then Dumbledore was in the room, not hurrying, because he didn't hurry, but moving with the specific urgency that urgency looked like on a man who'd made composure a lifelong practice. He took in the room in a single sweep, the mirror, Quirrell on the floor, Harry sitting beside him, the torches, the absence of Voldemort, the absence of smoke and ruin and the specific disasters his experience had taught him to anticipate. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back. You got here very quickly, Harry said. For someone who only just worked out what was happening. The blue eyes held his for a moment. Then Dumbledore said, Are you injured? No, Harry said. And the stone? Harry reached into his pocket and produced the cracked red stone and held it out on his palm. Dumbledore crossed to him and looked down at it for a long moment, and the expression that moved across his face was several things at once, complex, layered, the expression of someone revising something significant. What did you do? He said. Made it safe, Harry said. That's what you wanted, isn't it? It to be safe. The blue eyes moved from the stone to Harry's face with an attention that was several kinds of looking simultaneously. And Harry looked back with the steady patience of someone who had been paying attention all year and was now simply waiting for the man in front of him to catch up. We have much to discuss, Dumbledore said, very quietly. Yes, Harry agreed. We do. Quirrell breathed on the floor between them. The mirror reflected the room. And the stone sat in Harry's palm, cracked and ordinary and no longer dangerous, which was exactly what he'd made it. Chapter 7, The Cost of Every War. Harry woke up in the hospital wing. Not gradually, immediately, the way he'd always woken up, awareness arriving complete rather than assembling itself in stages. White ceiling. The smell of medicinal potions. Daylight through high windows that was warm enough to be morning and bright enough to be late morning. He was in one of the beds along the left wall and there was a glass of water on the bedside table and he was apparently the only patient in the wing, which told him it wasn't term time or everyone else had been cleared out, which told him something had been done to give him privacy. He sat up. His body felt fine. Slightly hollow in the way that bodies felt after significant magical expenditure, the way you felt after running much further than usual, not damaged, just recalibrated. He'd slept, clearly, for some time. Good morning, Ares said. How long? 2 days, Ares said. You were not injured. Your body was managing the energy discharge from the stone's unenchantment. It decided sleep was the most efficient response. Harry looked at his right hand. The palm was unmarked, no burn, no residual heat. Just his hand. He flexed the fingers and the fingers worked. Ron. He thought. Fine. Madame Pomfrey released him yesterday morning. He's been arguing with Hermione about whether to wake you, which I understand is their primary social activity. Harry almost smiled. Neville. Also fine. He has been to visit twice. The second time he brought something from the greenhouses that Madame Pomfrey confiscated for reasons that appear to be regulatory rather than medical. And Quirrell? A pause. Alive. He is in the secure ward at St. Mungo's. His prognosis is uncertain, from what I've been able to gather through the castle's ambient information. The use of him as a host left significant damage. But alive. Another pause, with something in it. You sat with him on the floor until Dumbledore arrived. That was not tactically required. No, Harry agreed. It wasn't. I know, Ares said. I'm not criticizing. The door opened. Madame Pomfrey came through with the specific brisk competence of a woman who had decided medical authority was her natural state and had been exercising it without apology ever since. She assessed Harry's sitting upright posture with the eyes of someone checking against a standard. Up. Good. How do you feel? Fine, Harry said. Pain? Dizziness? Visual disturbance? No, Harry said to all three. She examined him with the thoroughness of someone who took fine as a claim to be verified, not a conclusion, which Harry approved of in principle even when it was applied to him. She pressed the inside of his wrist where she'd apparently been monitoring something, looked at whatever she saw there, and made a sound that indicated satisfactory. You may have visitors, she said, and it was clearly both an announcement and a controlled release. Short visit. You'll eat first. Food appeared on the table beside him, not summoned, just placed, a tray with the specific completeness of someone who took feeding people seriously. He ate because food was practical and because it was good and because Madame Pomfrey was watching with the patience of someone who wouldn't open the doors until the tray made satisfactory progress. The doors opened. Ron came through first, which was Ron's natural position in most situations, forward, committed, already talking before he'd fully assessed whether the room wanted sound yet. You're awake. Finally. Hermione has been reconstructing everything that happened in order and reading it back to me at intervals, and I've heard the part where you tell Voldemort he's afraid at least 4 times now, and it keeps being the best thing I've ever. Anyway, you look fine. Are you fine? Madame Pomfrey said fine. Fine, Harry confirmed. Hermione was 2 steps behind Ron with the expression she had when she'd been worried and was now managing the transition from worry back to normal, which for her involved recalibrating her baseline and doing something thorough with the information. She sat on the chair beside the bed and looked at Harry and said nothing for a moment, and the nothing was actually full. It contained the 2 days of his being asleep and whatever those days had been like for her. You're all right, she said. Yes. The stone, I'll explain everything, Harry said. But you're both all right first. Yes, Hermione said. Ron had a mild concussion from the chess game. He's better. Neville's fine. He was extraordinary, with the dog. I know, Harry said. He looked at the door. Where is he? Outside, Ron said. Madame Pomfrey said 3 visitors maximum and we got here first, so there's a sort of queue situation happening. Harry considered this. Tell him to come in. You can all, there are 4 of you, Madame Pomfrey said from the far end of the wing, without looking up from whatever she was doing. Which is 3 more than standard. 4 is, Harry started. Standard for this particular group, apparently, she said, with the tightly controlled tone of someone making an exception under protest. Fine. All of you. Neville came through the door with the slightly careful step of someone who expected to be told to leave, and when he wasn't, something in his posture shifted, small but real, the adjustment of someone incorporating a new data point about what spaces they were allowed to occupy. He found a place at the end of the bed with the quiet practicality of someone finding their correct position in a room. They were all there. The four of them in the bright morning light of the hospital wing, and Harry looked at each of them: Ron, who had stood on a chess square and taken the hit without hesitation; Hermione, who had solved the riddle and stood back and trusted him in the specific way that was hardest for her; Neville, who had moved a three-headed dog with his hands and had gripped Harry's arm on the way out of the common room and said "You're not alone" with a directness that had been genuine and complete. He didn't know how to say what that had meant. He tried anyway. "You were all extraordinary," he said. "Each of you did something that mattered and none of it was small." Ron made a dismissive sound that was the specific sound of someone who felt strongly about a thing and was not going to be comfortable receiving appreciation for it. Hermione looked at the bedspread. Neville, characteristically, just nodded once, accepting the statement without either deflecting or inflating. "The chess game," Harry said, to Ron specifically. "Don't," Ron said. "The sacrifice was, I knew what I was doing," Ron said. "We don't need to, I knew. That's all." He shifted in his chair. "Though I will say, if we're handing out praise," Neville moved a three-headed dog. "Bare-handed. That should probably get top billing." Neville's face did something complicated and pleased. "It wasn't bare-handed," he said. "I used pressure points." "You read about the pressure points of a three-headed dog species," Hermione said. "Before we went." "I read about it the week after Halloween," Neville said. "After Harry said we'd need to go down eventually. I wanted to be," he paused, "useful. In the way I could be useful, not in the way I kept thinking I should be useful." The specific weight of that sentence landed in the room. Harry looked at Neville and thought that this was what 6 months of Tuesday and Thursday mornings looked like, arriving fully formed in a moment that required it. "You were," Harry said simply. "Dumbledore came in the afternoon, after Madame Pomfrey had cleared the others with the no-nonsense authority of someone whose medical judgment included social scheduling. He came alone, and he came without the twinkling and without the specific grandfatherly performance that Harry had been watching and categorizing since the sorting feast. What he came with instead was, more interesting. The face of a man who was thinking carefully about what he wanted to say, and underneath that, something that was either surprise or the aftermath of surprise, which were two different textures, and he had both. He sat in the chair beside Harry's bed with the particular quality of presence that very old and very powerful people had when they stopped managing it, the presence itself, undisguised. It was considerable. Harry waited. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said. Of the several directions the conversation could have opened, this was not the one Harry had placed highest probability on. He adjusted his model in real time, filed the fact that Dumbledore had led with this rather than with questions or deflection, and said, "For which part specifically?" A slight pause. Then something moved in Dumbledore's face that might, in a less controlled face, have been appreciation. "Precise," he said. "Yes. For which part specifically?" He folded his hands in his lap. "For allowing a situation to develop in this school that placed children at direct risk. For moving the stone here without fully accounting for, or perhaps without adequately investigating, the existing vulnerability in my staff." A pause. "For using this school as a theater for a confrontation I believed I was controlling." "And for the letter?" Harry said. He kept his voice even. "The one that called you away." "I knew it was false," Dumbledore said. "Shortly after I left." "But you kept going," Harry said. The blue eyes held his. "Yes. Because you thought I would go down there," Harry said. "And you wanted to see what I would do." The silence that followed was the honest kind. Not uncomfortable, just full. "You were always going to be the one to face him, Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice was gentler now, but it was the gentleness of truth rather than management. "Whatever I might have preferred, whatever alternative arrangements I might have wished for, the connection between you and Voldemort made this circumstance, or a version of it, inevitable. The question I needed answered was what you would be when it arrived." "A test," Ares said, and his voice was very even. "The whole year." "A test," Harry said. Dumbledore didn't flinch from the word. In part. In the larger part, genuine protection. The stone was here, the threat was real, the protections served their purpose. But yes. He looked at Harry steadily. I needed to know who you were. Harry sat with this. The medical wing light was moving, mid-afternoon now, and the room was warm. He was aware of Ares in the background of the conversation, present, listening, not inserting. Ares, who had been teaching him for 6 years. Ares, who had said, the best way to deal with a chess player who thinks you're a piece is to let them think so, right up until the moment you move in a direction pieces don't go. And? Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Not the evaluating look he'd been wearing since the sorting feast, something with more depth and less calculation. I found out considerably more than I expected, he said quietly. And considerably sooner than I expected it. A pause. When you asked what the stone was, from across the room, in the mirror's reflection, having identified it before I'd said a word about it, I realized that we had passed the point where information could continue to flow in only one direction. Good, Ares said, with something that was profoundly satisfied. How much do you know? Dumbledore said. About which part? Harry asked, for the second time. This time Dumbledore's expression definitely moved in the direction of something that was very close to a smile. Start with what you know about Voldemort, he said. And we'll see where it leads. Harry told him. Not everything, there were things that were his and Ares's and he had no intention of sharing all the architecture of what he carried. But the relevant things. The assessment he'd built since September. Voldemort's fear, his specific pathology, the way a man who'd torn his soul apart to cheat death had created a version of himself that was sustained by terror rather than strength. The Shade's absence of a body and the implication for what came next. Dumbledore listened with the attention of someone who had expected to give information and was receiving it instead. The adjustment was visible in small ways, the slight changes in his expression when Harry articulated something he recognized as correct, the moments of stillness when Harry said something he hadn't expected. He'll come back, Harry said. Not tonight, not soon, but he's oriented toward it. Whatever he needs to reconstitute himself, he'll spend whatever time it takes acquiring it. He's patient. Yes, Dumbledore said. I believe you're right. Which means this year was the beginning, Harry said. Not the end. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was careful and very honest. I had hoped, when you were an infant, when the curse failed, there was a reasonable hope that it was the end. That hope has not survived contact with reality. He paused. He will return, Harry. And when he does, I'll be ready, Harry said. Not with bravado, just as a fact. The same quality as I'm certain in the cupboard at 5. Just true, stated plainly. Dumbledore looked at him and Harry looked back and neither of them said what was in the space between them, which was this, that the man in the chair had spent 10 years planning for one version of Harry Potter, and the 11-year-old in the bed was a different version entirely, and that this changed things significantly. The stone, Dumbledore said. Harry reached into his bedside table drawer, Madame Pomfrey had apparently cleared his pockets into it, and took out the cracked red stone and placed it on the blanket between them. Dumbledore looked at it for a long time. You unenchanted it, he said. Yes. That should not have been possible for an 11-year-old. No, Harry agreed. It probably shouldn't. Dumbledore reached out and picked up the stone with the careful handling of someone who was determining what it was now that it was no longer what it had been. He turned it in his hands. Something in his expression was grief, genuine, the real kind, not performed for effect. Nicholas Flamel, Harry thought. The man who'd made the stone. The lifespan it had sustained. I'll need to explain to Nicholas, he said quietly. I'm sorry, Harry said. He meant it. I didn't see another way to make it safe. No, Dumbledore said. I think you may be right that there wasn't one. He set the stone down and looked at Harry with the full weight of his attention. Nicholas is very old and very wise, and I believe his response to this will be measured. His wife Perenelle as well. They have both said, more than once, that they have lived long enough to be grateful rather than afraid. He paused. This does not make the news easier to carry to them. But it makes it possible. Harry nodded. What you did in that room, Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted again, moved past the logistics into something else. Voldemort's shade. The way it left, I didn't do that, Harry said. Not entirely. A pause. No, Dumbledore said, very carefully. No, I didn't think so. The blue eyes moved to Harry's scar with the specific quality of someone who had been wondering about something for a long time and was now closer to understanding it than they'd been before. Your mother's sacrifice, he said slowly. The protection in your blood. It was what repelled him, the contact. Partly, Harry said. Dumbledore waited. Harry was quiet for a moment, choosing. Not hiding, deciding. There was a difference, and Ares had taught him to hold the difference clearly. Some things he was not going to share because they were his. The way the stone had moved was his. What Ares had said about Lily in the cupboard was his. What the mirror of Ares had shown him was entirely his. But this, the shape of what had happened in the final room, was information that Dumbledore needed to do his job properly, and withholding it would be the wrong kind of strategic. There is something in my scar, Harry said. Something that has been there since I was a baby. My mother put it there, it was part of the sacrifice she made. Part of the seal. He said it plainly, watching Dumbledore's face, watching the careful attentiveness there. It's old. Much older than either of us. It pushed back against Voldemort's shade in a way I couldn't have managed alone. Dumbledore was very still. What kind of something, he said. Old, Harry said again. Not dangerous to me. Not dangerous to anyone who isn't a threat. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I'm not going to tell you more than that. The silence was long. Harry felt Ares in the background of it, completely quiet, listening. Then Dumbledore said, Is it something that controls you? No, Harry said, without hesitation. Or that I should be concerned, no, Harry said again. It has never made me do anything. It has only ever helped me understand things. He paused. It is why I am who I am rather than who 11 years in that house might have made me. Another long pause. Dumbledore's face was working through something, the calculation, the assessment, the weighing of information against intuition and history against the specific evidence in front of him. Harry let him work through it. He didn't fill the silence or soften the edges of what he'd said. All right, Dumbledore said finally. All right? Harry said. All right. Dumbledore's voice was quiet and deliberate. I will not press further. You have demonstrated, in this past year and specifically in the last 3 days, a quality of judgment that I would be foolish to ignore. Whatever is in your scar, I will trust your assessment of it. He paused. But Harry. I would ask one thing. Ask, Harry said. If that changes, if you ever have reason to doubt it, or concern about it, come to me. Harry looked at him. The genuine thing underneath the performance, the man underneath the chess player. He was real, this man. He was wrong about certain things and right about others, and he genuinely loved the people he was trying to protect, even when the protecting was clumsy and controlling and built too much on certainty. Harry had known this all year and had held it alongside the things that made him difficult, and holding both was exactly what Ares had taught him compassion was. I will, Harry said. He meant it. The same plainness as everything else. Dumbledore stood. He looked at Harry one more time with the specific quality of someone revising something fundamental and irreversible. You are not, he said quietly, what I planned for. No, Harry said. I'm better. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. Yes, he said, with a warmth that was entirely unperformed. I believe you may be. He picked up the cracked stone from the blanket with the care of something that had been significant and was now changed. Rest. You'll be here another night, Poppy tells me. Madame Pomfrey, Harry corrected mildly. Dumbledore's expression was definitely a smile now. Indeed, he said, and went. Madame Pomfrey declared him well enough for the end-of-year feast with the specific magnanimity of someone releasing a patient who has been exemplary in their compliance except for the 4-person visitor policy, which they had violated twice. Harry walked into the great hall with the others, Ron on his left, Hermione on his right, Neville slightly behind in the position he defaulted to in large spaces and was, Harry had noticed, gradually moving forward from as the year had progressed. The hall was decorated in Slytherin green and silver for the House Cup, because Slytherin had been leading on points when the feast began, and the green and silver hung from the ceiling with the settled completeness of something that had been there long enough to feel permanent. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and looked at the decoration and felt nothing in particular about it. Points were a system of measurement and measurement was useful information but it was not the thing itself. Dumbledore stood and did the House Cup announcement with the warmth and theatre of someone who had done it many times and genuinely enjoyed the specific pleasure of a room full of young people who cared about something. He announced Slytherin's lead. The Slytherin table erupted. Malfoy's face at the far end of the hall was the face of someone receiving confirmation of what they'd always felt was inevitable. Then Dumbledore began awarding last-minute points. To Miss Hermione Granger, for the outstanding application of logic in a critical situation, 50 points. The Gryffindor table reacted. Hermione's expression was complicated in the specific way it was when she received public acknowledgement, pleased and slightly embarrassed and processing the exact amount she felt the acknowledgement was justified versus excessive. To Mr. Ron Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points. Ron went the specific shade of red that indicated feeling something strongly and having no idea what to do about it. The twins at the far end of the table were making sounds at a volume that suggested they found this development excellent. To Mr. Neville Longbottom, for courage that does not announce itself, 60 points. Neville's face went completely still for 1 second. Then something moved across it that Harry had no adequate word for, the expression of someone receiving, for the first time, acknowledgement of exactly the right thing in exactly the right words. His hands were flat on the table and they pressed down slightly, as if he needed the contact with something solid. The Gryffindor table was making significant noise now. And to Mr. Harry Potter, for qualities too numerous to adequately summarize, 80 points. Dumbledore sat down. The hall did the arithmetic. The banners shifted, green and silver pulling back, red and gold pushing forward, the point totals equalizing and then tipping and Gryffindor took the House Cup and the Gryffindor table became a noise and a color and a collective release of everything that had been held tight since September. Harry was somewhere in the middle of it, grinning, the real one, unpracticed, exactly as wide as it wanted to be. Ron threw an arm around his shoulders with the natural physicality of someone for whom affection and enthusiasm were the same impulse. Neville was being hugged by someone 3 seats down and was apparently allowing it. Hermione was clapping with the precise controlled joy of someone who had decided that joy was allowed right now. Well, Ares said, from somewhere warm and settled. Well, Harry agreed. A satisfying year, Ares said. By my accounting. You have 4,000 years of accounting, Harry said. Does 1 year make the list? It depends, Ares said, on what the year was. The Spartans at Thermopylae is on the list. The night Rome burned is on the list, for different reasons. The 100 Years' War is on the list as a cautionary example. He paused. A boy in a cupboard deciding, at 5 years old, that the first thing he would do with power was set limits on it, that has been on the list since the moment it happened. Harry absorbed this without response, because some things didn't need a response. The feast moved around him with the specific warmth of an ending that was also a beginning, and the banners were red and gold, and somewhere outside the castle's wards the world was turning toward summer. The train south was different from the train north. Going to Hogwarts, every carriage had the quality of anticipation, futures being moved toward, identities not yet established, the specific charged uncertainty of becoming. Going home, the train had the quality of things known, consolidated, carried. The same people but changed in the way that real time changes things, not dramatically, mostly in the joints and the eyes and the specific way you occupied your own space. Harry sat by the window and watched Scotland give way to England in gradual pastoral stages and thought about the summer ahead. The Desleys. The house on Privet Drive with its geometry he knew better than anywhere else on earth. The cupboard that was 31 inches wide. He wasn't going back to the cupboard. That was simply a fact, arrived at without drama. He'd been 11 for approximately 9 months, and in those months he'd stopped a dark wizard's shade, unenchanted a nearly immortal magical artifact, built 4 genuine friendships, and had a conversation with the most powerful wizard in Britain in which he'd held his ground completely. He was not going back to the cupboard. The Desleys, Ares said, reading the direction of his thoughts with the ease of 6 years' practice. I'll talk to Dumbledore before the train arrives, Harry said. About the summer. About arrangements. What arrangements do you want? Harry thought about this with the same clear-eyed practicality he brought to everything. The blood protection that Dumbledore valued was real, he'd read enough to understand the magical mechanism behind it, Lily's sacrifice binding something to the place where Harry called home. The Desleys' house was technically his home, and the protection was real, and dismantling it entirely in favor of something more comfortable was potentially short-sighted. But so was going back as the same person who had left. I want to make an agreement, Harry said. Clear terms. What I will accept and what I won't. I'm not hiding in a cupboard for 2 months and then coming back here and pretending it's normal. No, Ares agreed. You're not. He walked the train's corridor to the compartment at the front where Dumbledore had the habit of sitting. Harry had learned this from the twins, who had learned it from their brothers, who had established it through years of empirical observation. He knocked and went in. Dumbledore looked up from a book with the expression of someone not quite surprised. Harry, he said. I was wondering. The summer, Harry said. He sat across from him and looked at him directly. I'll go back. I understand about the blood protection and I'm not going to make your life difficult by refusing it. But I want clear terms about the house. Dumbledore set the book down. Such as? My own room. The cupboard is not a room. I understand the Desleys may need persuasion to maintain that. If you're asking me to live there, I'm asking you to make sure the living is acceptable. He paused. And letters. I want to be able to send and receive post without it being intercepted. Those are reasonable requests, Dumbledore said. They're not requests, Harry said, pleasantly. They're the terms under which I'll be where the blood protection requires me to be. Something in the blue eyes recognized this distinction, and filed it, and did not push back. I will speak to the Desleys, Dumbledore said. I'd also like to know, Harry said, what's being done about Voldemort. Not here, not now, not a detailed briefing. But this summer, when things are being planned, I want to know they're being planned. I don't need to be in the room. I need to know the room exists. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You are asking me to keep you informed. I'm asking you to stop keeping me in the dark as a management strategy, Harry said. I understand it came from protection. I understand that. But I went into that room with more information than you gave me, and the reason the outcome was what it was is partly because of information you didn't control. He met the blue gaze levelly. Information is safer distributed to people who know what to do with it than centralized in one person who can't be everywhere at once. The moment lasted a while. Dumbledore had the expression of someone sitting with a truth that was inconvenient and real simultaneously. You have thought about this carefully, he said. I've had time, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. I imagine you have. He looked at Harry with something that had changed from the medical wing, moved further in the direction of genuine reckoning. I will try, he said. The trying will be imperfect. I have habits of protection that are 40 years old and they do not dismantle quickly. But I will try. That's all I'm asking, Harry said. He went back to his compartment. That was well handled, Ares said. It was honest, Harry said. That's the same thing, most of the time. Not always, Ares said. But more often than people think. The platform at King's Cross was noise and steam and families and the specific reunions of people who had been somewhere else and were now back. Harry stepped through the barrier with his trunk and Hedwig in her cage and stood on the ordinary side, the non-magical side, and felt the specific quality of the world outside the castle's wards, larger and less filtered, the magic not ambient but specific to him and whatever he carried. Ron's family absorbed him into their departure orbit briefly, Mrs. Weasley pressing him to visit, which Harry received with genuine warmth and genuine intention to follow through. Hermione's parents were neat and slightly uncertain, looking at the magical families around them with the particular attention of Muggle-born relatives calibrating a world they would always know secondhand. Hermione introduced Harry to them with the specific tone of someone introducing a friend they expected to need to explain and then finding that no explanation was necessary, because Harry shook hands and spoke to her parents with the natural ease of someone who knew that adults were simply people with more years behind them. Neville was collected by a woman in a stiff hat who was clearly his grandmother, the posture, the precision, the way she looked at the school's students with the eyes of someone measuring them against a standard. She looked at Neville with eyes that were proud and exacting simultaneously, which Harry read as love that had never learned a more comfortable dialect. When Neville said, "Gran, this is Harry Potter," she looked at Harry with the same measuring eyes, and Harry met them without adjustment, and she said, "Humph," in a tone that was probably the warmest version of humph available. "She likes you," Neville said quietly, on the way to the barrier. "I know," Harry said. The last person before the barrier was Malfoy, who appeared with his parents in the specific configuration of a family who had come to retrieve something that belonged to them. His father, tall, pale, the kind of composed that was made rather than natural, looked at Harry with the cold recognition of someone who had heard significant things and was now performing the courtesy of not responding to them directly. Harry looked back with the same courtesy. A look that said, "I see exactly what you are and I am not impressed and I am not afraid and I am also not your problem today." No aggression. Just clarity. Lucius Malfoy held Harry's gaze for 3 seconds and then looked away. He said something to Draco about moving along. Draco looked at Harry over his shoulder as his father steered him toward the exit, and for a moment his face was doing something that wasn't a Malfoy performance, something younger, less certain, the face of an 11-year-old who had arrived at school expecting a world to unfold one way and found it considerably more complicated than expected. He'd spent the year recalibrating, Harry thought. He hadn't finished. Whether the recalibration would move him somewhere worth moving to was genuinely uncertain, and Harry filed this as an open question rather than a closed one, because closed questions were often just assumptions that hadn't been tested yet. Draco turned away without saying anything. Harry turned away without saying anything. "Open question," Ares said. "Open question," Harry confirmed. Through the barrier. Into the ordinary world. The Dursleys' car was in the car park. Harry had told the Dursleys to meet him, by letter, a fact that had apparently produced visible distress in Vernon based on Aunt Petunia's reply, which had been technically confirmatory and personally strangled. They were in the car, all 3 of them, and Vernon's face when Harry appeared through the crowd with his trunk and his owl and the general quality of someone who had changed considerably since Christmas was the face of a man staring at a new variable and finding it alarming. Harry put his trunk in the boot. He got in the back seat. He met Vernon's eyes in the rearview mirror. "The cupboard," Harry said, "is not my room anymore." Vernon opened his mouth. "Dumbledore will be visiting," Harry said. Not a threat, just a fact, delivered in the same even register as everything else he said. "Before the summer's out. I'd recommend having a room ready." He settled back in the seat and looked out the window as the car park began to move past. "Good summer, everyone." Silence in the car. Aunt Petunia stared at the dashboard. "Dudley ate something." Vernon drove with the particular tension of someone who had realized the board had changed while they weren't watching and had not yet determined what this meant for their strategy. "Beautifully done," Ares said. "I was honest and direct and asked for what was reasonable," Harry said. "As I said," Ares replied. "Beautifully done." Harry looked out the window at England moving past. The motorway, then smaller roads, then the edges of Little Whinging with its consistent rows of identical ambition. The world outside was ordinary and enormous and full of things that hadn't happened yet. He thought about the year. About the trapdoor and the chess game and the mirror and Quirrell's face when the shade left him. About Neville saying "you're not alone" and meaning it. About Ron on the chess square, settled and certain. About Hermione standing back and trusting him and how much that had cost her and how she'd done it anyway. About Dumbledore in the hospital wing saying "you are not what I planned for" with something that was genuinely close to wonder. About a shade with red eyes saying "this isn't over." "It's not," Ares said, reading the thought. "No," Harry agreed. "He'll find a way back. He has the will and the patience and the specific motivation of someone who has been told his whole life that death is the worst thing that can happen to him. He will not stop. I know. And when he comes back, it will be harder than this. Not because he will be more powerful, he may not be. But because a man who has been twice defeated learns to change his approach. He will not send a shade again. He will come in a form that is more difficult to answer." "I know," Harry said again. "I'll be ready." "Yes," Ares said. "We will." A pause that had the weight of something settling, long and final and complete. "6 years ago you were 5 years old in a cupboard and you asked me not to hurt anyone. You have spent 6 years learning, watching, building, becoming. You have been honest and careful and brave in the specific way that is worth the name, not fearless, but willing to act in spite of it." The voice was quiet and even and entirely without performance. "I want you to know that I did not expect this." "What?" Harry said. "To care," Ares said. "I am the god of the cost of conflict. I have watched your species fight and destroy and rebuild for 4,000 years. I have felt every battle from both sides simultaneously, every death, every decision that led to it. I became, not indifferent, but removed. The cost was simply the cost. It was what it was." He paused. "And then your mother sealed me into an 11-month-old child who grew up into someone who makes me feel the other side of it." "What other side?" Harry said. "What it's worth," Ares said. "The cost is real. The cost is always real and I will never stop knowing that. But I had forgotten, until you, that the cost is not the whole of it. That the thing you pay to protect matters. That the love that funds the sacrifice is not the small thing, it is the whole thing. Everything else is machinery." Harry sat in the back seat of the Dursleys' car moving through Little Whinging in the June afternoon, and the world outside was exactly the ordinary world it had always been, and inside his scar a very old god sat quietly, and the summer ahead was long and full of things that hadn't happened yet, and what he felt was not the complete absence of fear or difficulty or the complicated ongoing fact of being someone that Voldemort was going to spend considerable energy trying to kill. What he felt was ready. Not the brittle, performance ready of someone trying to appear capable. The deep, solid ready of someone who knows what they are and what they carry and who stands behind them and what they're fighting for. The car turned onto Privet Drive. The houses were identical and self-satisfied and the gardens were neat and the whole street smelled of cut grass and the specific ambition of people who measured their worth in property values. It was exactly what it had always been. Harry looked at number 4 and thought, not for much longer. He got out of the car. He stood on the pavement in the June light with his owl in her cage and his trunk on the path and the whole summer ahead, and he was 11 years old and a wizard and a war god's partner and the son of people who had loved him enough to pay every price there was. He walked to the door. He didn't knock. He opened it and went in.